Good evening and welcome to the City of Carpinteria's City Council regular meeting agenda for Monday, May 28th, 2024. May we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Nomura?
Here.
Councilmember Solorzano?
Here.
Vice Mayor Alarcon?
Here.
Councilmember Lee?
Here.
And Mayor Clark.
Here. All right, may you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, the first thing that we have here tonight is a proclamation celebrating the 160th anniversary of Girls, Inc. And if we can ask Supervisor-elect Roy Lee to, now Councilmember Roy Lee, to start us off on the reading.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas 2024 marks the 160th anniversary of Girls, Inc., the longest-running girls leadership program, and
Whereas Girls, Inc. was founded in 1864 to serve girls and young women who were experiencing upheaval in the aftermath of the Civil War, and
Whereas Girls, Inc. now supports over 100,000 girls across the U.S. and Canada through advocacy efforts on systemic barriers that threaten their ability to succeed, and
Whereas Girls, Inc. of Carpinteria is a vital part of our community because of its work to inspire the next generation of leaders, and
Whereas Girls, Inc., girls build the knowledge, skill, and confidence to push for positive change in their lives and their communities. And
whereas Girls, Inc. develops and provides evidence-based programming with positive and lasting effects for girls who participate, and
whereas Girls, Inc. Carpinteria hosts programs to further challenge and inspire the girls of Carpinteria, and
whereas Girls, Inc. girls reported more positive attitudes and behaviors across 3 outcome areas, which are healthy living, they were strong, academic engagement and success, smart, and life skills and character development, bold, and
whereas Girls, Inc. girls reported higher rates of in-school attendance and higher mathematical scores, and
whereas Girls, Inc. promotes girl-led advocacy on issues including sexual health, safety, autonomy, equitable access to education, civic engagement, and voting rights, and mental health and wellness, and
whereas Girls, Inc. has had a long-standing commitment to inspiring all girls to be strong, smart, and bold for 160 years.
now therefore the City Council of the City of Carpinteria hereby congratulates Girls, Inc. on the 160th anniversary of its founding and thanks Girls, Inc. for its work to inspire girls to be strong, smart, and bold. And do we have a motion?
yes, I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0, Brian. And is there somebody in the audience that would like to receive this? And there's some people up there.
Yeah, everybody come up, come on up.
that's good. That's a first. Perfect.
Would somebody like to say something?
Yes.
Right. Good evening, members of the council. Are you going to stay here? Are you going to sit down? Sorry, my small gremlins come with me everywhere. In honor of Girls, Inc., we're thrilled to celebrate our position as the leading expert on girls. My name is Jamie Collins, and I'm proud to represent Girls, Inc. of Carpinteria today, along with some of our dedicated staff, parents, the board, and the youth that we serve. Our deep history of working with and for girls in Carpinteria has informed our knowledge base and guided our approach to developing programs and experiences that change the trajectory of girls' lives. For over 50 years locally, we have dedicated ourselves to inspiring all girls to be strong, smart, and bold. Through direct services and advocacy, we equip youth in the knowledge and skills to effect positive change in their lives and to become leaders who will change the world. Our impact is evident in the diverse programs we offer right here in Carpinteria. A few of our programs include STEM education, programs that engage girls in science, technology, engineering, and math, preparing them for future careers in these critical fields. Of our 11 Eureka graduates this year, 8 of them are pursuing post-secondary education in STEM fields. Our leadership development initiatives empower girls to take on leadership roles in their schools and communities, and we have some of our Girl Council representatives here with us tonight. And finally, our health and wellness initiatives teach girls the importance of physical and mental health, ensuring they grow strong and healthy. We do this through our Daily Strong programming, initiatives to introduce girls to sports in our community, and through our community food pantry that has saved over 80,000 pounds of perfectly good food from the landfill this past year alone and has been distributed back into our community. In addition to these programs, we are deeply committed to community engagement. We partner with local schools, businesses, and organizations to ensure that our initiatives reach as many families as possible. Our success story speaks for themselves, and girls who have participated in our programs have gone on to achieve remarkable things. As we highlight the important work of Girls Inc. with our sister affiliates across the nation earlier this month, we hope we encourage each of you to support our mission. There are many ways to get involved, from forming partnerships to volunteering your time and advocating for our cause. We also invite you to join us at our upcoming events. We have one this Saturday in partnership with the Carpinteria Lions Club. We are holding a Boldness, Burgers, and Butterflies event from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which is open to the community. You just have to RSVP for the family picnic-style event complete with bold activities, bands, burgers, and beer. So thank you again for recognizing our work. And a special shout out to our Girl Council, who learned all about all of you this month. And decided to reach out and request this honor tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next up we have a new employee introduction.
Yes, Mayor, Council, and community members, we have 3 that we'd like to recognize tonight. The first, and I'll say their names, and they can come up, and I'll say just a little bit about them. So the first is Scott Topfer. He's our new Parks and Facilities attendant, and one of his primary responsibilities will be working at the Vets Hall to provide customer service there to our renters. Scott is our new addition to the Parks and Facilities team. He is a Carpinteria resident with a strong belief in being an honest, hardworking person who believes strongly in being ethical and positive-minded.
Absolutely.
Scott, would you like to say a few things?
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to help keep Carpinteria beautiful and clean and warm and friendly. And I really like being here.
Great. Welcome aboard.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Scott. The next person I want to bring up is our new community garden coordinator, Joseph Gottweld, I believe goes by Joe. Joe is a Carpinterian and was born and raised in Carpinteria, so I think he qualifies as the true Carpinterian. And he comes to us with a strong passion for gardening and working with people in general. He has been a gardener since he was very young and especially enjoys working with plants. He holds a bachelor's degree from Cornell University in English literature with a minor in French. He is continuing his education in the field of agriculture and horticulture at Allen Hancock College. He is also multilingual. He speaks French and German fluently and is also picking up some Spanish and Korean. Joe Gottwald. I guess Joe couldn't be with us today. One person I know who is, because she makes every day so much easier for me and is very definitely already making an impact, Jeanette Gant. She is our new Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Director. Jeanette brings a wealth of experience from her tenure at various municipalities, including City of El Segundo, which I believe is her hometown. the city of Carlsbad, and the city of Coronado, where she held such roles as recreation area manager and aquatics program manager, which will help her here for sure. Her accomplishments include successfully opening 2 new aquatic centers and adeptly leading both large and small teams through some pretty strong periods of change. She's a graduate of CSU East Bay and has a master's of science degree in recreation and tourism management. Jeanette complements her academic achievement with a bachelor's degree from SDSU in recreation administration. Her deep-rooted passion for parks and recreation stems from her early career as a lifeguard at the age of 15. And Jeanette has held nearly every position within the recreation field, including teaching swim lessons, coaching youth and master swim teams, and supervising after-school programs. Jeanette Gant.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, community. Like you said, Jeanette Gant, your new Park Recreation and Community Services Director. I cannot begin to tell you how excited I am to be here to serve you all in the city of Carpinteria. I have such a deep passion and love for recreation, and I am just so excited to bring that here and help support you all, the community, and my team in any way that I can. As Michael mentioned, I've worked for a few cities in my career, and by far, this has been the most welcoming city that I have had the pleasure of serving. This past week, I've just been blown away by yourself, the community members, my team, just welcoming me with open arms. And I am very, very impressed with all that the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services team does. Just this last week has been so eye-opening. They're a small team, but they are mighty, and you guys should be very proud of all the hard work they do. I am, like I've said, I'm blown away, and I'm excited to just be here and help support them in any way that I can and be of service to you guys in the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us, and welcome to Carpinteria.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, next we have a special presentation from Southern California Gas Company.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. This will be a co-presentation between Public Works Department and Southern California Gas Company. We do have a representative from Southern California Gas Company, Tim Mahoney, who is the Public Affairs Manager. The role of the Public Affairs Manager in SoCal Gas is to ensure a successful partnership, basically between their company, SoCal Gas Company, and local agencies like ourselves here. Go ahead, Tim. Before I hand you over to Tim Mahoney, he'll self-introduce himself after that, and he'll get to more on the information on the hydro water discharge or the hydro testing. I'd like to give it a little bit more context of how SoCal Gas Company is before us. This past February and April, city staff and SoCal Gas met actually, in order to discuss the proposed hydrostatic testing activities and what that entails. One of the particular interests that staff had inquired about is the water that's produced from the hydrostatic testing and its potential use, because what staff understands that this particular activity, hydrostatic testing activity, is actually a regulated operation by the State Water Resources Control Board. Even before SoCal Gas even reached out to the city, they already had regulatory permits in place through the state level. And it's basically regulations on not just their particular operations, but also water that's produced from the hydrostatic testing. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Tim Mahoney, talk a little bit more about what this hydro test water discharge is all about. And with that, Tim.
Yes, thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Tim Mahoney with SoCal Gas Company. And Councilman Lee, congratulations on your victory here in the 1st District. My family and I are residents of the 1st District, so we look forward to working with you in the future in that capacity. So Southern California Gas Company, we are the providers of natural gas to your homes, my homes, many of the residential customers here, as well as institutional customers throughout the area. So, when PG&E does the electricity in the north, Edison does the electricity here in our area, and San Diego Gas and Electric does the electricity and the gas. So there's 4 investor-owned utilities in all of California, and we are the largest natural gas. So when people in Carpinteria go to their stove and that burner lights up and you take a hot shower, you heat up your community pool, chances are that's all being done with natural gas, and we are the folks that bring that to you. So we have pipelines, obviously, under the ground that bring the natural gas to the customer. And the hydro test is one of the ways that we make sure that that pipeline system is safe and running properly and efficiently. And we have that going on in Carpinteria City, and this is a pretty good win-win for both of us, because when we fill up the pipe with water to test it, now we can use that water in a beneficial way for the residents of Carpinteria. So with that, I'll begin. We are regulated by the California Public Utilities Commission, as well as the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and then we also get regulated by the Department of Transportation. So probably we started doing hydro tests, I'm going to say about 15 plus years ago, and we've done several all over the system. And what that is, by PUC mandate, is that we need to test the strength and the durability of the underground pipes. There's basically 2 ways to do that. One is to put water in the pipe, the hydro, turn up the pressure, hold it there. Nothing ever happens. We've never had a leak. If there is a leak, we know we got a problem. The other way to test a pipe is called an inline inspection, and you launch a pipeline inspection gauge into these large 20-inch pipes. They're about 5 feet underground. That pipeline inspection gauge, it's a very high-tech robotic tool. It will detect what's going on inside the pipe, and that's another way to test the pipe. By law, we have to do that. And so we rotate through our whole pipeline system doing this, and it's time for Carpinteria's to have that done on what we call line 1005. And this is all part of it set up there, the Pipeline Safety and Enhancement Program, PSEP. So hydro test, we're in the process of using water to exert pressure, put it in the line, and like I said, we've never had a problem. If there was a problem in the pipe, that water would start to leak in the lowest area. And now we have people that are walking the pipeline as we're doing the hydro test. So if there is a problem and people see water, we immediately shut it off and then begin the process of fixing the pipe. So pretty simple in its way. It's been used all over the country. And as you can see here in this picture, those blue tanks at the bottom are what we hold the water in. They're called a Baker tank. It's about the size of a 18-wheeler semi-truck, and that's where we store the water. You launch the water in at one end of the pipe, you receive it at another end, and then once that water is used, the good news is, and why I'm here today, is to say that working with the staff, we're going to take that water and we're going to beneficially use it on irrigation. So the next slide, please. We want to ensure safety of the system. I've mentioned that. We're going to validate the pressure of the pipe. Interestingly enough, most of the pipes are probably gauged at about 1,500 pounds per square inch. We operate them at about 900 to 1,000 because we don't need to put that much pressure on the line because we've got a multitude and a duplication of lines, so it works out better for the customer. Next subject. Okay, so here's the hydro test. You can kind of see how we do it here and what it looks like. You've got to get a launcher and a receiver, so we have that above ground. Those connect to the underground pipes. Next slide. Okay, so after the hydro test, this is what really we're here tonight for. The water is stored in these large water tanks. We have a company that will do the filtration to make sure the water is safe. We have a regional water quality control discharge permit, which we've worked with staff on. We treat the water, we analyze the water, we test the water, and therefore we're very sure that what we're going to irrigate on your parks is clean water that's not going to impact dogs, people. It's purely good water, and it's been checked out. Okay, next slide there. Like I say, we have the statewide general order for the discharge of the gas, and you've got some technical language up there that'll show you, where and how this comes from. But I just want to assure you and the community that this is, it is very good, clean water, and we have all the documentation that we need to do that. Next slide. So here we go. There's El Churro Park, where we want to put the water out there, park those Baker trucks, which I said in the parking lot. We'll run hoses out there to these large sprinklers. You turn that on, and out goes the water, and we water the yard. Likewise, over there where the freeway interchange is, where the orchard is, we'll do the same thing over there with watering that orchard area. And we've had an on-site with the staff out there and working with your staff. They've been very, very helpful and pretty enthusiastic over this discharge plan that we have. Next slide. Okay, water is tanked onto the site. You store it in those big blue containers, and then the sprinkler system is on the far right, and that's really what the public is going to see when you drive by and you see the sprinkler. It's going to look like an agricultural operation with the water coming out. Next slide. So done in 2 phases. We want to kick this off in August, and you see the gallon usage there. And then phase 2, another one in September, using a little bit less on the gallons. And again, those are stored in those blue tanks. How long it takes and all is just a matter of how much water you're squirting out of the sprinkler system that we bring in. Next slide. Okay, so part of the outreach, I'm here tonight. Certainly, if anyone has questions, we can meet with neighborhoods, neighbors, etc. We are going to send out notification letters to the folks that are around those 2 sites, the El Churro Park and the orchard, to make sure people that know that. We'll be going out and doing a little door-to-door knocking and canvassing. It will be visible. So we want to make sure that the neighbors and the residents are comfortable with what they see going on. And the next slide. Okay, that pretty much wraps it up. But certainly answer any questions, or if you think that we should do more, I'm certainly willing to go out and talk to any of the service clubs in town or anything you need.
All right, thanks, Tim. Any questions?
Yeah, a couple questions. So the tanks that would they be permanently in the parking spaces, like in El Gato Park and then in the other orchard section?
Yeah, good question. They will only be there as long as the watering operation goes. So probably take a couple of days after we start to delete the water in the tank, and then they go away.
Okay.
So a short period of time.
Okay, so they're transported back and forth?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
And then how often will they be brought in, like refilled and brought in? I know you said it partly depends on how much the water is used.
Yeah, that's another good question. Depending on the release, I'm going to say 2 or 3 days, maybe. It's a short period of time, maybe a week max. I would imagine. Because the discharge system is pretty fast, and we can run it all day.
Okay. And then I saw in one of the attachments that there's testing that's done regularly on the quality of the water?
Yes.
It's not potable water, but it's cleaned?
Yes, it's cleaned and treated. It does not come up to portable water standard, but through the Regional Water Quality Board, it is perfectly fine for irrigation. So it's the same water that you find on athletic fields, golf courses, all the reclaimed water. It's in that category.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think it's a great program. I think it's wonderful for the city to be able to take advantage of it.
Thank you.
Some
Yeah,
of our
we've
water
done
needs.
this with other cities. It's worked out great. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Go ahead.
Yeah, a few questions for you. First of all, you talked about overhead watering for the systems to actually, put down the water. Is that included of the orchard system also?
Yes.
So you're going to be putting overhead sprinklers on avocados?
Yeah. Well, the sprinklers, when I say they're overhead, they're above ground. And, they shoot out probably about yay high.
They're not overhead.
So no. We're not going to be watering the top of the trees or the middle of the trees or the fruit there. Yeah.
And the other question I have then, it says here in your report that you have 421,000 gallons you anticipate putting out, and you said 3 to 5 days on those two areas?
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of water.
Yeah, it's a fair amount, yeah. Those,
Have you tested percolation on those, the fields or the orchards to see if in fact they're going to take it or if it's going to run? And
well,
what do you use to protect that?
That's a good question, and I brought Sam Yearly with me here, who's an expert on that question. What do you think?
Well, based on the permit,
Come on up to the.
Come on up to the
Podium, please.
and with the permit, we cannot have ponding or puddling based on the statewide permit. So we have multiple sprinklers that get moved around to cover the space needed.
And so those are monitored on a daily basis or as used?
Yeah, hour by hour, actually.
Okay, and then you said if you can't use it all up, then it goes back for a second application, a third application, from what I understood.
Yeah, we would truck it off and get other disposal means for the water at that point.
Okay, and at that point in time, would it also be possible to, say, quote, rest the soil? Let the soil actually percolate down before you reapply?
Yeah, so that's part of the monitoring process, so once the water.
So you do have monitoring process, that I
Yeah,
didn't
so, yeah,
understand.
you're monitoring for standing water, bubbling, any kind of overage of the saturation.
Okay, that includes maximum soil saturation then?
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you, those are my questions.
Okay. Hi, another question on my end. What is the noise level in terms of the neighbors that are nearby and the work that you all are doing?
It's just pumps running, small 200 GPM pumps that are pumping the water. In the past, we have built dog houses around them so we can quieten them down if needed. But with the type of hydro test going on, it's usually kind of put aside from the residential area, so it doesn't bother anyone. And it's definitely not at night.
And what are the hours? Is it 7 to 7 or?
Typically 7:30 to 4:30.
Okay. And then this might be a question for staff, but will it require the park to be closed to any other activities or sports that may occur?
Through the mayor, Vice Mayor Alarcon, no parks are anticipated to be closed during this operation. Perhaps maybe when it's time to irrigate the field, yes, there will be no allowance of folks going on the field while it's irrigated. But as far as parks being closed, that's not anticipated with this operation.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I do want to add a little bit more information just to dovetail off SoCal Gas. Though the particular sites that you see in here before you have been identified as the potential sites, there are the other city parks that we're also looking at. In the Baker tanks that you saw on screen, they have headworks, or basically pipe connections that we could tap into and fill our own water trailer, our Public Works Department water trailer, to truck, so to say, the extra water into other city parks. But in the meantime, this is what these potential parks or open spaces that we're looking at as the first irrigated fields. And in regards to cost, this is something of particular interest. There was a rough estimate on a cost savings for using this beneficial use or this recycled water, and we're looking at $17,200 of cost savings. Just for context, it's projected that irrigating all the parks is $37,000 within this fiscal year. So there's some comparison. There's cost savings to this. Thank you.
I do have one more question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, real quick. Got the picture, drew the picture up of the water discharge system itself. Is that actually above-ground piping, lateral lines that you're going to be using, galvanized pipe, 2, 4 inches, something like that?
Yeah, exactly, yes.
And those will be staying in place then while you come back to recharge, or would those go away?
I believe
at
everything
each
goes
application?
away. Yeah, that we wouldn't leave those out there in the park. Yeah, we would move them out and bring them back, yes.
Okay, as long as we have that on record, we're good.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else?
That's around the, so say you guys are sprinkling and a bunch of kids that say, hey, water is going running through it, and you said people are monitoring what's happening, right? And if people see these kids, do they turn off the water? Do they continue on with it? Because you say the water is safe.
Yeah, well, the water is safe, but if children get out there, Sam and his crew are going to have to tell them not to go on there, yes. We just to be on the safe side. Same with anybody walking a dog. Really don't want them out there getting wet. I mean, that wouldn't really hurt them, but I think it's better for all concerns if they don't get wet. And our monitors would be doing that, yes.
Got it.
All right.
All right, well, thank you,
Thanks so
and thanks
much.
to your staff. It's a good project, and we'll keep you up to speed on everything.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we need a motion for it?
No. Information.
City managers report, please.
So we have a shorter report this evening for our senior services programming, which also known as Age Well. Pickleball is coming for this summer, starting in June. Age Well will take over the pickleball courts located at the middle school on Wednesday and Friday mornings from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Wednesdays are set aside for beginners to learn from a skilled instructor, and Friday will be games for some pickleball fun. And for city employee updates, some recruitments. The library technician position, we conducted final interviews on May 23rd and have made a selection, which is going through that background process. We also, you met earlier, Scott, one of our parks and facility attendants. We are also looking for others, so that's an ongoing recruitment for the parks and facilities attendant. It is somewhat of a maintenance position because there is some setting up of tables and chairs and, with bathrooms and things like that, but it's a higher customer service, lower end maintenance position. And, I've had everything from, former Boy Scouts to people going through college. It's a great position because it's for weekend rentals. And so you're able to earn some money while not affecting your Monday through Friday school schedules. And so I encourage folks to apply for that. And then, of course, our part-time lifeguard, seasonal, and swim coach positions are still ongoing, and we are recruiting for those. As always, we have that thing where we're just expecting them to show up at some point. We're waiting for some positions to be filled and just want to encourage people to do that as soon as possible. And that concludes my city manager's report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I just had one quick question about the pickleball. Will city staff be present on the courts during the senior pickleball, or will the seniors be kind of monitoring their own group?
That's a great question. Thank you, Councilmember Solorzano. So our staff will be on site to kind of get it going and observe as it starts, but this has been a program that's been running with volunteer support from some of the folks that you've seen come here and advocate on behalf of pickleball. And, I'd like to say that they've been great partners of the city in helping to operate this program at no cost. At one point in time, we were handling reservations out of the pool, and that was taking staff time that should be focused on the pool and taking it out to the courts to settle reservation matters. And so at some point in time, we decided to make this a free program that is monitored by the players themselves, and we have not had any issues since that time.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, to follow up then on that question, then are those courts going to be open throughout the entire summer, or who opens those courts and do they close at a certain time?
So the Vice Mayor Alarcon, the courts are currently opened at their normal schedule, like after school times and on weekends, and that will continue. What will change is that from that 8 to 10 time on Wednesdays and Fridays, it'll just be programmed.
Got it. Okay.
And if there's no questions, I would like to just bring back item number 2. I won't say it again. Joe Gottwald, we said a lot of nice stuff about him before he got here, and he'll just have to trust us. But Joe showed up, and I'd like to just bring him up if it's okay. Yeah. Joe? Did he leave again? You did? Oh, my God, he's playing Chad. All right. I did say I was going to try to do it after the presentation, and I started my report, and so maybe he thought I wasn't going to come back to him. So,
Well, if he comes back again, we'll, you know.
so sorry to cut. Is there any other questions? Great, thank you. Yeah, sorry, and I have Nick Bobroff here to help me with a few other items.
Thank you.
Thank you for, thank you
that.
for the segue.
Darn, I thought I was going to get away without
Yeah.
having to be on the hot seat here. So I just have two other items on the city manager's report to share with you, council members. This coming Thursday, May 30th, the Architecture Review Board will be taking a look at a conceptual proposal for the renovation of the Palms Restaurant at 701 Linden Avenue. So the property changed ownership over the course of this last year, and the new owners are taking early steps to share their vision for the renovations of this building with the city's ARB. So what they're looking at doing in a nutshell is renovating the ground floor to include a restaurant along with a market and cafe and retail space, and then renovating the second floor to become a private event or banquet space. And then they're also looking at creating a rooftop bar amenity with some outdoor dining area up there and a covered bar and kind of back of house kitchenette type area. As part of the renovations, the new owners are also looking to restore the building facades to their original, or something closer to their original appearance. So this would involve taking off that single-story element along the Linden Avenue frontage and restoring the original entrance and the original windows there and creating kind of a patio trellis seating area out front along Linden, and then also restoring some of the openings and windows along the 7th Street elevation. So that meeting will take place at 5:30 here in the council chambers, and the agenda and staff report are up on the city's website currently if anyone cares to take a look. And then this coming Monday, so a week from tonight, or excuse me, a week from yesterday, the Planning Commission will be taking a look at draft updates to the city's density bonus regulations. And so these updates are intended to bring our regulations into conformance with current state law. And the Planning Commission is asked to take a look at the proposed draft regulations and make a recommendation to your council for approval along with any suggested changes or revisions. And that meeting will take place at 5:30 on Monday, June 3rd, also here in the council chambers. And that staff report should be up on the website later this week. And that concludes my presentation unless there's any questions.
All right, any questions?
Yeah, just one question about the Planning Commission meeting. So the Planning Commission is going to be making recommendations about the draft density bonus ordinance. How much, what can they recommend that would not be in conflict with what we're mandated to do from the state?
Councilmember Salarcino, you're right in that a lot of this ordinance update is sort of pro forma. It's dictated by the state. We don't have a lot of discretion to tinker with it. But what the Planning Commission can weigh in on would be the organization of the ordinance, how the information is presented and laid out. In some cases, we're taking kind of a new approach with this ordinance by referencing parts of state law rather than just including it all in the text. So this is kind of a new way of doing things. The Planning Commission might have an opinion on that. There's also a couple of areas within state density bonus law where a local jurisdiction has some discretion to either opt in to optional programs or benefits, or can even go above and beyond what the state requires as sort of a minimum. So those would be some areas where the Planning Commission might have the opportunity to weigh in and provide some input.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
And I have a question. On your report on the 701 Linden Avenue for the Palms, in some instances, well, I see here that the ARB will be doing their conceptual review, but in some instances, we do joint conceptual reviews. Can you just share a little bit as to why that may not be appropriate for this?
Vice Mayor Alarcon, it may end up being appropriate in this case. It was the applicant's request to focus initially just on sort of the design and the aesthetics of the project with the ARB, get some feedback on, I think in particular, some of the rooftop elements from a design perspective and see if they can kind of get that to a place where they at least have, community support and hopefully ARB support, and then they might, depending on, kind of the mood, come back to the planning commission or council for a larger joint concept review. We haven't ruled that out. It's something that's, potentially on the table.
All right. We'll open the public comment period, see if anybody would like to have public comment on the city manager's report and that of the community development director. And anybody on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Thank you. All right, we'll close the public comment period. And we will take a step backwards and go to the public information reports from the law enforcement officer.
Mayor, City Council, City staff, those present in the audience and those listening at home. I'll give you a recap of the more significant events that have happened the last couple of weeks. The week of May 12th through May 18th. On Monday, May 13th, we had a vehicle accident at Carpinteria in Vallecito. It was a vehicle versus bicycle. In the vehicle, naturally, both the bicyclist and the driver of the vehicle were identified. And the bicyclist, unfortunately, was found at fault, but he did not sustain any injuries whatsoever, so naturally he declined medical treatment. On Tuesday, the 14th, a little before 10 in the evening, excellent arrest here. It happened 101 Casitas Pass. Deputies received information that there were wanted subjects traveling northbound on Highway 101. Two of the deputies spotted one of the vehicles at Casitas and Villarreal, and two other deputies spotted the second vehicle in the McDonald's parking lot. The one vehicle contained two subjects that had two no-bail felony warrants. In the other vehicle, also had warrants, they were felons, in possession of weapons, as well as a 30-round AR magazine in the vehicle, and also an unlicensed driver. Also in one of the vehicles, they were transporting 3 pounds of methamphetamine, an ounce of fentanyl, and fentanyl pills. So naturally, we got our Special Investigation Bureau narcotics people involved in this. And the investigation is continuing. He also seized $3,200 in cash. And they were non-residents, so it's people passing through. So again, good work by deputies and good cooperation again between our, not only patrol and our detectives. On Wednesday the 15th, a little after 2 in the morning, the 1100 block of Casitas Pass, we tried to initiate a traffic stop on another known felon. Vehicle, naturally, we got in a pursuit of that vehicle. It terminated there at the north end or west end, I guess it would be 4100 block of Carpinteria Avenue. The suspect foot-bailed, exited the vehicle, crossed both lanes of the freeway, went over on Villarreal, and he was later located in another vehicle. Again, we had our narcotics officers assisting us with this. And the two people in that vehicle also had felony warrants for their arrest. So again, good cooperation again between our Special Enforcement Bureau and Patrol. On Friday the 17th, a little before 2 in the afternoon at El Carro Park, we got a report of graffiti in progress with an excellent description of the suspect. And again, just about every one of our meetings, again, citizens of Carpinteria, we need you. And again, you called us, you told us what was going on. Deputies got there, they provided a good description, and we apprehended the suspect in this case. He's also non-resident. He's out of Ventura County, and guess what? He's also on probation for felony graffiti. So, county lines don't mean anything to these people. They go where they may, but I'm happy to say you're going to come in the Carpinteria area, you're going to get arrested. And that, I think it proves it here with as many arrests as we're getting of these subjects. Next is for the week of May 19th through May 25th. Again, this was Sunday the 19th, about 11:30 in the morning, Linden and Sandyland. We had a report of a hit and run. No suspect information in that incident. Monday, the 20th, a little after 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the 4400 block of Carpinteria Avenue. Again, this owner of the residence saw a suspicious subject on her camera around the residence, basically trespassing. Excellent description. Deputies got there and were able to find the subject, and he was positively identified. The subject is Ricardo Ramirez Avalos, so he was taken into custody for drug paraphernalia and drug possession, as well as burglary of a residence. Again, Monday the 20th, again, good cooperation. We had a missing at-risk elderly person from one of our local mobile home parks. We got what we call an emergency ping warrant. It basically follows where the telephone is. We're able to determine that the vehicle was 101 at Refugio. Deputies went up there, and they, as well as CHP, and they were able to locate the vehicle. This elderly woman had been involved in an accident, but fortunately she was not injured, so we're able to reunite her with her family. So again, good cooperation again, and good technology that we have that we're able to do things like that. On Tuesday the 23rd, a little after 4 in the afternoon, we had a reported stolen out of the 5600 block of Carpinteria Avenue, and this was a cargo trailer. And then lastly, we were dealing with a subject at 5455 8th Street is the address on a domestic violent restraining order. We responded to the address 6 times this week, or that week, and the subject lives in North Santa Barbara County, so we do have warrants for his arrest for violating the restraining order. But 6 different times we had to respond to the residents because this gentleman was bothering his family member. Give you our human resources report. Currently, we have 17 deputy sheriff vacancies and 36 custody deputy sheriff vacancies. And then we received the statistics for the first 4 months of the first quarter of the year, and just calls for service. I find it pretty ironic that last year, for the first 4 months of the year, we had 3,235 calls for service. This year we had 2,232, so 3 less. So it's pretty spot on what's going on. As far as our homeless and unhoused statistics, we've had, again, this is strictly for transient homeless and housed people. For 2024 calls for service, we've had 195. Last year we had 193. So again, pretty close. Reports taken, 97 this year. Last year, 61. And arrests made this year, 78. Last year, 45. So a little uptick there. But other than that, things seem to be going well in our city, and we're just preparing now for a couple of the special events, as you know, that are coming up, our St. Joseph's Festival, Rods and Roses, things of that nature. So, any questions from the council?
Thank you. Any questions?
Great work, by the way.
Thank
your
you.
team.
Thank the guys and gals, they're doing it.
All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to go to public comment for matters not on the agenda this evening, but still within the purview of the City Council.
And Mayor, can we take public comment on the
I'm sorry.
law enforcement report?
Yeah, sure. Is there any public comment on the law enforcement report? Anybody on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
All right, thanks so much. We'll close the public comment period and then go to public comment on matters not on the agenda. And I got several speaker slips. If you'd like to speak, please fill out one of these green speaker slips up here. First one is from Stephen Markison. Welcome, Stephen.
Is this it? Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff. Good evening. The quiet enjoyment covenant in California, as stated in the California Civil Code section, is a crucial legal protection that ensures both tenants and homeowners have the right to peacefully enjoy their living space without experiencing significant disruptions caused by other tenants or external factors. March 25th, 2024, the City Council removed these protections and rights from residents. The Island Brewing Company is an external factor and has been cited twice and fined once for being a public nuisance for noise in Carpinteria. The Island Brewing Company continues to be a public nuisance. This weekend, my household and others got to experience many hours of the Island Brewing Company's live entertainment coming into our homes from uncontrolled indoor live entertainment. Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, Sunday evening. This weekend was a free-for-all, very much like December 18th, 2023, and February 13th, 2024. Prior to March 25th's council meeting, there were effective measures in the live entertainment licensing for both residents and businesses to coexist. There were clear metrics in place to define how far sound was permitted to travel from both indoor and outdoor entertainment. Paul Wright, the offending party, acknowledged while observing these effective measures with his entertainment indoors, there were no registered complaints. During council's discussion, my district council member defined distances as subjective and stated it was hard to use distance as a measuring stick. She struggled with the noise level, stating that there were too many variables, weather, wind, and ambient noise, however, did acknowledge the indoor changes have made a big difference with noise volumes. She stated, living in a city, she can understand wanting quiet, but living in a city, in a community, don't know that there is necessarily an expectation of quiet. Another council member expressed personal feelings and relationships with specifically Paul and Cheryl Wright, the offending party. He stated the IBC was unfairly targeted, even though the IBC has been served 2 citations. With the city issuing citations, how could that be unfair? The noise or nuisance was coming from their property. Vice Mayor suggested a reasonable standard was needed, and what is in place right now does work, and didn't want to take away from that. She suggested the community director has oversight in this still gray area and could modify or reinstate the effective measures. Regardless of council members not accepting metrics of measurement or injecting personal choice into their judgment, this is the time for the council to address this continuing problem and instruct the community director to reinstate items 4, 5, and 6 of the additional conditions of approval in the city's live entertainment licenses for both indoor and outdoor live entertainment. Without success in indoor live entertainment, the city will most certainly fail with outdoor live entertainment. In closing, the California Quiet Enjoyment Covenant, residents' legal protection, must be honored in the city of Carpinteria. Residents are entitled to their expectation of quiet on their property, and more importantly, within their homes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I have a speaker slip from Eileen Markison, but it seems to me this might relate to an item on the agenda, and more properly should have come under that item.
Excuse me, Mayor Clark. Thank you. Yes, if that we do have an item on the agenda regarding the entertainment ordinance. If the comment that Ms. Markison is planning to make is in regards to that ordinance or that proposed ordinance, then it would be recommended that she wait until that time.
Okay, I'm a little,
There is a relation to what might come up in discussion. I think it's agenda item 11. But really, I want to correct the record. There were statements made during March 11th appearances, March 25th appearances from community members about myself and my husband and our household and what we have attempted to pursue with our appearances before the city council. And I think the record, it's important for me. As I said, it's Mental Health Awareness Month, and I've got some stuff to get off my chest. I'd like the record corrected.
please proceed.
Okay. So on March 11th and March 25th, statements were made about myself and husband and our household's pursuit to address the ongoing interference and disruption to our lives that arrives in the form of live music performed at an unchecked volume at Island Brewing Company. It's an unchecked volume, and we consider that to be a violation of our rights. For my mental health, I'm going to address a few of the statements that were made. Some were plain disturbing, and others were just false, wrong. I want to correct the record in person before the council. Some of what I might say might be familiar to those of you who have read some of my communications to you, email communications, and I'm sorry for that. But first, as background, we found ourselves before the city council frustrated on quite a few occasions. We want our quiet enjoyment to be restored. As we've said, ad infinitum, ad nauseum, it would be real easy for IBC to ask their booked acts to turn the volume down on their amps. We've maintained throughout that live music doesn't have to go away. Business operators with live entertainment licenses should be responsible for the volume of their acts and contain their sound. We reached out first to Island Brewing Company with our complaint. Before visiting City Hall, calling code enforcement and the Sheriff's Department, we visited Island Brewing Company. Our complaint was ignored, and our household's complaint wasn't the only one to be ignored by IBC. Another beach neighborhood resident wrote about her frustration with IBC as well in the Coastal View News. So we're frustrated, we turned to the city and sheriff. On March 11th, IBC's Cheryl Wright said, and I quote, "The first we knew there was a sound problem was when the couples from 3rd Street complained at City Council." That's a lie. As we've stated in writing, we went to Island Brewing first, in person. Getting a phone call through to a live person was not possible until the fall of 2023. We would have loved for them to just turn the volume down on their booked artist amps. Cheryl Wright continued, quote, "My husband's first reaction was not to reply to the untruths, but to work it out privately and not escalate the issue." That's a lie. Our household continued to be subjected to unwanted, undesired sound and interference. That was after our first appearance before the City Council in September 2023. Paul Wright never reached out to us. And in fact, there has been no meaningful real noise mitigation at IBC ever. On March 25th...
Can you please wrap it up, Eileen?
Okay. There's no example of legitimate noise mitigation there at all. I want to also say, but I have a lot to say, and I'll fill out another slip. there were many lies about our household told. A narrative took root, and it really harmed the process on the 25th. You failed to address residents' rights at all. You discussed primarily business interests and protecting the businesses. You failed to really address residents' concerns for their own peace and quiet. It was all about business.
Thank you. Any other speaker slips? Thanks so much. Julie Sigwart. Welcome, Julie.
Thank you. My name's Julie Sigwart. I wanted to express appreciation for the new dog park at Monte Vista Park. And I wanted to say that I've been taking my pugs there, and they beg me every day to go there. And my one older male pug, he is so thrilled. You know, his attitude about life has just been changed over this dog park. And, you know, he runs around at home and he grabs his toys. And so it's made a positive impact on, you know, my dog and my life. But I also wanted to say the dog park has been an amazing chance to meet with other dog owners. And one thing that I learned over the last couple weeks is that we have a lot of people coming from different places. They're coming from Santa Barbara, they're coming from Summerlin, and apparently there really aren't a lot of dog parks on the coastal area. So this is, you know, a really nice improvement, and I hope it continues. I know that's, you know, probational right now, but it has, you know, positively impacted us, and I think it's a good use of the park space. It gets people out and talking to each other, and, you know, I think it helps our community connect more with one another, you know, regardless of, you know, any personal beliefs or, you know, political beliefs or, you know, all those crazy things that people talk about. And, you know, just get out there and have some fun and have the dogs play. The only down or, you know, negative complaint, if there is to have one, is that it would be nice if there are, you know, the opportunity to have small dog and large dog parts to the park, because, you know, some days I go there and there's too many big dogs, so I'll just walk around the park instead, you know, let the big dogs run and have their fun. But, you know, that would be something that would be a nice addition. So thank you again for, you know, the dog park. You know, we're really enjoying it. Also want to say thank you to the police for all your hard work. You know, didn't say that earlier, but, you know, really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and your feedback on the dog park. It helps. Okay. Anybody else from the public like to speak on items not on the agenda? All right. Anybody on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll close the public comment period, and we will go to the consent calendar.
All right. I move to approve the minutes of the regular meeting held May 13th, 2024, and receive and file the expenditures for the period beginning May 6, 2024, and ending May 17, 2024, and receive and file the reports of contracts executed by the city manager for the period of April 16, 2024 through May 20th, 2024, and receive and file the monthly treasurer's report on compliance with statement of safekeeping and investment of public funds for April 2024, and adopt ordinance number 782, amending chapter 2.37 of the Carpinteria Municipal Code to modify the composition of the Carpinteria Library Advisory Commission and align reporting requirements with state law.
I'll second that.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, may we have a roll call? Vote,
Mayor,
please?
before we get to the vote, could we take public comment?
Oh, okay. Do we have any public comment on the items just read on the consent calendar? Anybody on Zoom, Brian?
We have no one, Mayor.
All right, thank you.
So for the roll call vote, let's see. Councilmember Namura?
Aye.
Councilmember Solorzano?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alarcon?
Aye.
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
And Mayor Clark.
Aye. Thank you very much. Now we'll go to item number 9 on the agenda, which are resolutions calling the November 5th, 2024 general municipal election and requesting the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors to consolidate said election with the presidential general election to be held the same day and adopting regulations for candidate statements.
So good evening, council members. The November 5th, 2024 election will be the city's second district-based election, completing its transition to the district election system with the election of representatives for City Council District numbers 2 and 4, which are currently at large, for 4-year terms ending in December 2028. Earlier this month, City Council District Number 3 Councilmember Roy Lee submitted his resignation requesting to serve in the position until the swearing-in of his replacement on December 9th, 2024. On May 13th, the council directed staff to fill Councilmember Lee's District Number 3 seat, which will cover the remaining 2 years of Councilmember Lee's term by special election, which will be consolidated with the general, municipal, and presidential elections on November 5th. In addition, the ballot submitted to voters may include a measure proposing an amendment to the city's transient occupancy tax, depending on council action tonight. This measure will be heard as the next item on tonight's agenda. California Elections Code provides the procedures for consolidating the elections, which requires the city council to request the consolidation at the same time the resolution calling the election is adopted. These resolutions authorize the County of Santa Barbara to conduct the election on behalf of the city and to canvass the results. The Elections Code also requires the council to adopt regulations for candidates pursuing elective office to draft legally sound candidate statements. The city must submit a resolution requesting consolidation to the county at least 88 days prior to the November 5th election. The deadline to submit a resolution requesting consolidation must be filed by July 3rd in order to get onto the docket for the last Board of Supervisors meeting held before the 88-day deadline. The county estimates the cost of the election to fill the seats of City Council District Numbers 2 and 4 for a term of 4 years and City Council District Number 3 for a term of 2 years is $7,600. And then also to let you know that the nomination period begins July 15th and runs until August 14th. And Mayor, that concludes my presentation.
All right, any questions of staff?
Yeah, so since District 3 is up unexpectedly, somewhat in a good way, is there going to be additional outreach that the city's going to do to make sure that the public knows so that folks in that district will know that they have the ability to run this year?
Certainly. So once, after tonight, if the council goes ahead and adopts the attached resolutions to call the election and consolidate, then later this week, I'll go ahead and pass that information along to Leah Boyd, who will bring it out on social, get the word out.
Great, thank you. And then just in terms of special elections, has the city held many in the past? Or are we in kind of an unprecedented territory with this?
Yeah, I was looking into the election history, and the last time that we held a special election was for June 2010 for the Paradon Initiative. I think that was Measure J. And I didn't really see any special elections for this type of occurrence when we had a vacancy in office.
Thank you. I was just curious.
And Councilmember Solorzano, through the mayor, I think there's two different sorts of special elections too that we can talk about. So this special election for the District 3 seat, we're able to consolidate it with the general municipal election, and so that makes it much more cost effective for the city. You can also have special elections, which would be a standalone election, and so that's what gets very expensive for cities when they do that. But luckily, the timing worked out here.
Anybody else? All right, we'll open the public comment period. Anybody like to address the council on this decision regarding the November election? All right, anybody on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay. I'll bring it back to the council for determination.
I move to adopt resolution number 6317 and 6318 as read by title only.
I'll second that.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-0, Brian. Thank you very much. And we'll go to item number 10, which is placement of a proposed measure to increase the rate of the city's transient occupancy tax from 12% to 15% on the November 2024 ballot.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The purpose of this report is for your council to consider placing a measure on the November 2024 ballot to increase the city's transient occupancy tax rate from 12% to 15%. Increasing the TOT by 3% is estimated to generate $750,000 annually in additional general fund revenue for the city. The TOT is known as a bed tax, and it's paid by guests staying 30 days or less in hotels, motels, and short-term rentals. The TOT is applied to the customer's rent and not on the business that conducts the lodging. TOT changes require voter approval, and as mentioned earlier, the TOT will be used for government purpose and not legally restricted to any specific purpose. This is known as a general tax, and as such, it needs a simple majority of 50% plus one to pass if elected by voters. Increasing the TOT is estimated to generate $750,000 annually. The TOT measure is being considered based on council direction and several financial considerations. So first, the city adopted the 2024 work plan, and in the adopted plan, made fiscal sustainability a primary goal. At the January 29th meeting, council directed staff to explore new revenue sources and to maintain maintain services and meet infrastructure needs. Secondly, the city faces rising costs but limited revenue growth. Despite one-time funding and grants and staff resourcefulness, the city faces multiple financial strains. The first is we have an ongoing financial recovery challenges from COVID-19. There's also rising costs, including inflation, unfunded mandates, public safety rising costs. For example, the cost of the law enforcement services during fiscal year 23-24 is approximately $6.1 million, which is an increase of $1 million from the year prior. By the final year of the current agreement, which will be 26-27, the city's annual cost for law enforcement will be $7.2 million. There's also the challenge of increased operational costs. There's macroeconomic factors that we cannot control. And then there's staffing and new initiative costs for services and programs like the city library, the senior programming, city parks, including the skate park, and existing programs continue to be subsidized by the general fund. The single largest operating cost with revenue from users, the single largest subsidized from the general fund program is the pool. With revenue from all user charges estimated to be less than 50% of the pool operating costs. There's also revenue stagnation. We face plateauing of the main revenue sources, which include the sales tax, the property tax, and the transient occupancy tax. So these are not rising with the needs of the city to match expenditures. Additionally, there is rising capital improvement program costs. The city has experienced rising CIP costs due to bids coming in significantly higher than the original estimates. And lastly, there's a public expectation of high level of services and community investment. Therefore, staff began to explore a TOT ballot measure for the November 5th, 2024 general election. Our request was sent for proposals for a polling firm to find out what the voters would support and what their attitudes were in general for a lot of different things. Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, Metz, and Associates, FM3 was hired due to the fact that they were cost competitive and they aligned with the city's needs. Additionally, these were the consultants that worked with the city in 2018 for the Measure X and in 2012 for the TOT increase. FM3 conducted a survey by phone and online in Spanish and English over March 24th to April 1st, and they received 341 responses. Based on these, they found that there is strong support. Over 3/4, or 76% of voters, supported a TOT increase, exceeding the simple majority needed to pass. The March 2024 poll found that FM3 found over 2/3, or 66% of voters, perceive the city needs more funding. Support increased when voters understood that TOT is paid only by visitors and not residents, and that this is strictly a local revenue source that cannot be taken away by the state. The proposed ballot measure language is as follows, and as is on the screen. Shall the measure protecting essential services, including maintaining safe, clean public areas, repairing streets, addressing homelessness, emergency disaster preparedness, maintaining sheriff's deputies, preserving library, senior and youth programs, protecting beaches from pollution, other general purposes, increasing Carpinteria's transient occupancy tax paid only by hotel, motel, short-term rental guests from 12 to 15%, generating $750,000 annually until ended by the voters, required spending disclosures, all funds spent locally be adopted. Next, Brian Barrett will discuss election procedure and deadlines, required actions by council, and additional financial considerations. And when he concludes, I'll be available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Olivia. So in order to place the TOT measure on the November 5th ballot, the council must adopt resolution numbers 6320 through 6323 by a 2/3 vote. So at least 4 members of the council must be in favor. In addition, the resolution calling the election and the resolution providing for the submission of rebuttal arguments must be adopted at the same time as the resolution requesting consolidation. In association with any city measures provided or approved to be placed on the ballot for a local election, the election code requires the city to approve the title in question to be placed on the ballot, the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the measure, the city to comply with rules concerning the filing and selecting of arguments for and against the measure, and the city to establish rules for rebuttal arguments should the city wish to allow them. Prior to the council adopting resolution number 6322, the council will need to determine which council members are authorized to file a written argument and rebuttal for the TOT measure on behalf of the city council. So that could range from 1 council member to the full 5 members. Let's see, the Santa Barbara County Elections Office has estimated that it will cost approximately $14,000 to place this TOT measure on the ballot. Next steps, again, should the council place the TOT measure on the ballot, would include public information and outreach, which will be done through June through October. The deadline to file with the Santa Barbara County Clerk of the Board of Supervisors a request for consolidation services by July 3rd. Of course, again, if the council approves these resolutions, they'll be submitted to the county this week. The deadline to submit arguments for and against the TOT measure, as well as the deadline for the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis, will be August 1st. And lastly, the deadline for rebuttal arguments is August 12th. And that concludes my portion.
All right, any questions?
I do. If the voters approve it, when does it go in effect?
Councilmember Lee, through the mayor, I believe in the ordinance, and I can take a look at this right now. I believe it's 10 days after the election is certified by the city council. So it would be sometime in December.
When was the last time that we raised the TOT for the city?
Yes, the last time that the TOT was raised was in 2012 from 10 to 12%.
And other than Measure X, what other ballot measures have gone on in the last several years in CARP? Is this something that happens frequently, or it's pretty infrequently?
The only two general revenue measures we've had within the recent history has been the TOT to 2012 and the Measure X in 2018. There have been other measures, but they have not been revenue related. Yeah.
And then just one quick question about the language that was included for the ballot measure. So the list of the potential uses for that, it's not limited to that, right? Those are just examples of how the funds could be used. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councilmember. That is correct, Councilmember Solorzano, through the mayor. It's a general tax measure, so that is why we include other general government purposes there. We're just trying to give voters an idea of some of the uses that the tax proceeds could go for. Great question, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the clarification.
Anybody else?
I do. Have you surveyed other communities about their TOTs? Any other city of Santa Barbara, Goleta, are they looking to increase?
So the TOT rates for Santa Barbara County, Santa Barbara City, Goleta, and Solvang are all currently 12%. The city of Goleta and the city of Santa Barbara and portions of the southern Santa Barbara County unincorporated area also fall within what's called the Santa Barbara South Coast Tourism Business Improvement District, which imposes a 2% assessment. And additionally, Buellton and Solvang are also considering increasing their TOT rates this year from 12 to 14%. And the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors will consider a TOT increase at its June 4th meeting.
All right, we'll open the public comment period. I don't have any speaker slip for this, but would anybody like to speak to the council about the TOT increase measure? Can you fill out a speaker slip on this item when you, yeah. No, but speak first and fill second. Welcome.
Curiosity, out of the, was it 231 voters, that 76% were in favor, they were exclusively landlords?
Can you address the council?
Sure.
What's your question?
231 voters, 76% were in favor. Were the 231 voters exclusively landlords? Should I ask her?
They'll answer your question, I think. They're looking for it.
So the way a survey works is that it's completely random, and that's part of what makes it most efficient. But they did give us some breakout, and it was not that all. It was renters and homeowners, and the data further breaks out between renters and homeowners, if I can find it. Homeowners and renters support the measure at equal levels. 76% of support from homeowners and 76% from renters.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Welcome again, Julie.
Yeah, I just have some comments, some questions, comments, sort of like a devil's advocate on this. We interviewed 341 people. That seems like a small sample. I'm wondering about the actual representation and, how that was, how that came about. The other thing that is just a general question is like, okay, if we're going up from 12 to 15%, wouldn't wouldn't the rates on the rooms also go up? I mean, is there a need for raising it that much, or are we funding new services that we previously, did not have the funds for? I understand the shortfall on the police, that makes sense to me, but I'm just asking about, wouldn't inflation or, raising room rents account for part of that tax at the 12%? Is it necessary to go to 15%? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Can we answer that question over there?
The question about so there were a couple of questions. Is there one in particular you were hoping I would answer, or both of them, or all of them?
Yeah, all of them.
Okay. So the 341 voters out of roughly, it's 13,000 residents, but it's really about 5,000 is the average of voters that have come out for the elections, is the voter turnout. And so with our population is well defined, and the smaller populations require sample sizes that are smaller for accurate results. And the margins of error that were given to us were 5.7% at the 95% confidence level, meaning we're the statisticians and the pollsters ultimately were very confident that out of 20 times that you run this, roughly 19 of the times, voters would vote the same way within a 5% difference. The smaller the general population is, the smaller the sampling will be needed, and the more accurate it'll be. In terms of what hotels will do, it's hard to know, or establishments.
Okay. We have a speaker slip from Morris Franklin. Welcome, Morris.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, good to see you. My name is Morris Franklin. I live at 5005 Pacific Village Court since 2015 with my wife, Marcella. She's a DOD civilian at Port Hueneme working with the Navy. She's sick today, so I am representing on my own. The bed tax is a near and dear topic to my heart. I view the bed tax as people not from here dropping off dollars in Carpinteria for our benefit. And if it doesn't come from tourists who are staying in our hotels, it's going to come from us, the taxpayer, the homeowners, the people who live and work here, the small business owners. There is no other source of income I can think that is better for this town than the bed tax. And I know that 15% is a high rate. When I stay in other places, I pay it to those communities. But I'm speaking as a resident, not as a landlord, strictly from the point of view that we have sewers that have to be fixed. We have roads that have to be maintained. We have parks that we all enjoy. And that is driven by the bed tax. And I don't know where each of you stand on this. Haven't done that research. I just know where I stand on this. And I feel compelled to stand in front of you and as adamantly as I can encourage you to put this issue on the ballot, this topic on the ballot, so that the residents can vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And anybody else from the public? All right, we'll close the public comment period, but first we'll go to Zoom, Brian.
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring it back to the council for a motion.
Well, first, I just want to thank staff for the report. I think that this is a really important issue for us to deal with right now. Later on in the agenda, we're going to be talking about more issues to do with budget and with revenue sources, and I think that this is one important way for us to move forward in generating more revenue in a way that isn't impacting our own residents unnecessarily. So thank you.
Well, I just want to thank the speaker, hey neighbor, for his comments, and you said it well, so I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move to adopt resolution number 6320 and 6323 as read by title only, all concerning the requisite actions associated with placing a proposed measure to increase the rate of the city's transient occupancy tax on the ballot for the November 5th, 2024 general municipal election.
I'll second.
And
With correction, that correction would be, it's not 6320 and 6323, it's through.
Through, yes.
Multiple.
Yeah.
So you may want to modify that.
Modify to include your recommendations. 6320 through 6323.
And Mayor, before the vote, for resolution number 6322, the council needs to decide which council members to write the argument. So again, it could be one member of the council or all 5 of you.
Previously, when we wrote an argument, I believe the city staff may have taken the initiative and then council members reviewed it. I believe most signed on. So is that also a strategy we can utilize?
Yes, I do think we did that back in 2022. And if that's all right with Jenna.
Councilmember Alarcon through the mayor. I believe that, so yes and no. At this point, we do need the names on the resolution. So previously, I think you're talking about Measure T. Is that what it got labeled?
So.
Yeah, Measure T. So there were council members that signed on to writing for or against. The council members worked with staff to write that, both the argument for the measure, I believe.
Okay.
So if whoever decides to sign their name to the argument in favor would then work with staff to determine what that argument looked like.
I'm happy to do it.
I'm happy to do it.
I as well.
Yep.
Great. It sounds like then the motion would be, if I can rephrase the motion, and you can let me know if we have this right. So the motion would be to adopt resolution number 6320 through 6323 as read by title only, all concerning the requisite actions associated with placing a proposed measure to increase the rate of the city's TOT on the ballot for the November 5th, 2024 general municipal election. And for a resolution 6322, I believe I have that resolution correct, Brian, adding all 5 council members' names onto that resolution to write the argument in favor.
Yes.
Great.
You have to modify your motion.
Modified.
And I'll modify my second.
All right.
And I will remind you, it takes a 2/3 vote to pass this motion. Great, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Brian? All right, we're going to item number 11, introduction and first reading of ordinance number 781, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carpinteria amending the Carpinteria Municipal Code, Chapter 5.40, to permit outdoor live entertainment. And this ordinance would amend the definition of place of entertainment to include outdoor portions of premises open to the public.
Good evening, council. Give me just a moment here to get set up. I remembered to bring my nameplate here finally when I came back up. Okay, so we're here tonight to discuss a proposed amendment to the entertainment license regulations, which are contained in Chapter 5.40 of the city's municipal code. You'll recall back in March of this year, we held a hearing with your council to provide an update on the entertainment licensing program, including some of the recent issues that we'd been having related to live outdoor entertainment. Your council received extensive public comment at that hearing, and ultimately, as an outcome from the hearing, your council provided input to staff on some suggested revisions to the administrative conditions that are imposed by the director on entertainment licenses, which have since gone into place. And your council also directed staff to come back with a proposed amendment to permit outdoor live entertainment on a permanent basis. And you'll recall that this came up in response to the upcoming expiration of the COVID-19 temporary outdoor business program, which currently allows for outdoor entertainment but is set to expire on June 30th. And so your council had expressed the interest to allow outdoor entertainment to carry on past that June 30th expiration, and this is the means to do so. So currently, Chapter 5.40 defines place of entertainment as occurring within a building room or hall open to the public with or without charge, which doesn't have permanently fixed seats and allows for live entertainment to occur. And so based on that definition of place of entertainment, that current definition, that's been the grounds for us to historically only allow live entertainment to occur within a building up until this temporary COVID exception over the last couple years. And so based on council direction from the March 25th meeting, our proposed ordinance amendment would simply strike the references to building, room, or hall from the definition of place of entertainment and replace it with the words a premises, indoor or outdoor, open to the public with or without charge, and then going on to what was already in the code. So this is a very, kind of surgical, simple change to just include a little bit more flexibility within that definition of place of entertainment to allow for both indoor and outdoor live entertainment. There's no other changes proposed at this time to the live entertainment regulations. However, we had talked about at the March 25th meeting that we would come back at a later time once these regulations have been in place and report back to you on how things are going, and that would be then a time that your council could provide further input on either additional refinements to our administrative conditions that are imposed on licenses, or if appropriate, even entertain some additional changes to the actual live entertainment ordinance itself. My initial thought on this is perhaps we give it a summer here to see how things go with the new administrative conditions. That gives us some time to report back to you on what's working or what isn't, and then take it from there on any further refinements to the program. So really your options here for tonight are either to approve the ordinance as presented to your council or make changes, or if your council's not ready, then they could decide not to take action on the ordinance and provide direction to staff. And so staff's recommendation is to approve the ordinance as read by title only, and we've got a simple motion on the screen for you if you're ready for that. And that concludes my presentation, unless you have any questions.
All right, any questions? Okay, thank you. We'll open the public comment period on this item, and I have a speaker slip from Stephen Markison. Welcome, Stephen.
And Mayor, Council, staff. A little concerned, a summer of free-for-all, that's 36 weeks of 3 nights, 108 evenings of noise and nuisance from where I live. But that's not where I was going. I want to read a select few lines from the staff report. Under background, ensure business operate in a safe and orderly manner and do not pose undue public nuisance impacts. Policy consistency, there's LU-3G, and are compatible with its small town character. Policy CDS-2A, ensure new intensified land uses within the downtown remain consistent with the city's small beach town image. Policy N-5A, the city will address nuisance noise on a case-by-case basis. The city can enforce nuisance noise impacts, including but not limited to those generated by live music, through appropriate regulation and mitigation to minimize impacts to more sensitive land uses. All of what I read here are not currently adhered to with the indoor live entertainment. How will these characteristics and definitions be defined, regulated, and enforced with the live outdoor entertainment occurring in or adjacent to residential areas in the city? The city still has not gotten an effective live entertainment license. As it stands, the city has enabled a free-for-all for all with regards to live entertainment. Council might consider a walkthrough with the mayor through Linden Field any evening the Island Brewing Company is hosting live indoor or outdoor entertainment. I know I've spoken with the mayor about this very thing. I believe council should send this back to the drawing boards for the community director to get specific about how these items will be effectively regulated within the city. At this point, option 3 for Ordinance 781 is the only vote that takes the entire city of Carpinteria's best interest into account. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have Paul and/or Cheryl Wright. Welcome, Paul.
You'll have to excuse me, I thought it was summer already. What's happening? Gee. Mayor Clark, council members, city staff. Tonight I'd like to speak in favor of Ordinance 781, and I'd recommend that you approve the ordinance and let's get on with it. We've talked about it too much already. But the really reason I'm here is to report back on mitigation efforts that we've made over the last few months. I had trouble hearing. Is there a way to bump the mic a little bit? When I was back there, of course, I'm hard of hearing. But anyway, so we've done a number of mitigation efforts. Initially, and it was recommended by the staff, we turned the speakers and actually the whole band from aiming at Linden to aiming towards 500 Maple, away from Linden and away from the beach. And I think that's helped a lot. We've also installed sunshades, which don't really block a whole lot of sound, but at least they give a little bit of shade and some attempt at reducing the noise. Wait a minute, it's not noise, it's music, I'm sorry. We've also moved our delivery van into the back of where the band is playing, so there's some blockage of the music heading towards Linden. And we're using pop-up tents, too, that we have with a side shade to, again, block the escape of errant music. And I think that's working to some extent. We're looking into a portable sound screen that we can roll out whenever the bands are outside, and I think that's going to help in our efforts as well. And of course, the bands all stop at 9 o'clock. We always have, and I think that's a decent hour for most of the citizens in town. But we have also talked with the musicians and helped them realize that we're not playing at the Santa Barbara Bowl or the Hollywood Bowl. We're playing at a little venue, and so they can adjust their music to fit the venue. And I think that's helping out. Additionally, and specifically, the lower register sound seems to be the one that travels the most as I was walking around and checking on the music, and it's usually coming out of the bass drum, the kick drum, and the bass guitar. And so we've talked to the bass guitar. Dave Derflinger is a bass guitar player. But we've talked also to the drummers, and they're starting to use the cajon, the little wooden box that also brings out that bass note, and you can put a pedal on that, and that's sufficient for many of our counts. And so we've done a lot to educate the musicians as well. I think in general, what we tell the musicians is if we can't listen to to our customers taking an order, it's definitely too hard. And so they're becoming accustomed to playing at a lower level, and I think that's good for the musicians as well. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I have one from Lorraine McIntyre. Welcome, Lorraine.
Yes, hello, Mayor, Council, City staff. Thank you very much for hearing this agenda item. I do want to compliment the staff for pulling together a very good report. The policy consistency is really important and relevant to this discussion about the ordinance here, in that the consistency, the goals and the objectives of the general plan and the coastal land use plan, I think, are very relevant here. We're trying to not only balance the needs of the citizens that live in the downtown area, but also promoting the businesses. And we don't want to impose any restrictions that are going to, be in the face of this policy. So I think with the noise concerns, I think that the ordinance addresses that by putting a curfew on it. And I think with Paul's changes that he's making to the stage and to the speakers and to the band's commitment to keeping the noise down, I think all of this should work out in the long run. So I just wanted to thank the staff for pulling together this report and for recognizing the fact that we have to support the businesses as well. And we can't put anything too restrictive on the businesses that are going to, contradict what we're trying to accomplish here. So thank you very much for moving forward. I totally support moving forward with this draft ordinance and taking it to the next step.
Thanks for your comments. Is there anybody else in the public who'd like to speak on this item? Oh, I think there is. Eileen Markison. Welcome again, Eileen.
Hi, council members, staff. Compatibility is critical, and that's going to be achieved by addressing the volume of the sound. This weekend, we heard Island Brewing Company's two bands, Saturday and Sunday, we heard bands loud and clear in our home. We could record the music from inside our home. I know that Cheryl Wright had observed on March 25th that we kept our windows and doors open and I guess our rooftop has openings as well. We were closed up this weekend. We could hear the music inside our home. We could record it on our iPhones. So whatever mitigation efforts IBC has made, they failed this weekend. And there needs to be some more meaningful sound mitigation effort made. And according to Paul Wright, they're still operating indoors. Moving that outdoors and finding a way to mitigate sound is going to be challenging for them. And I'd like to make sure that distance is still used as a metric. It worked when I was able to bring the sheriff's deputies into my home and ask them if they heard the music. They heard the music. That's when that citation was written up in December. You know, that was the last, I think that was when Paul issued an apology to the city council. You know, controlling these bands, not always easy. The bands are bringing their own PA into their IBC. So it's very difficult. And finally, compatibility. This can't be all about preserving businesses. This is about also preserving surrounding users, surrounding residents' right to quiet enjoyment of their property. And this music that comes into my home at an unchecked dB has interfered with my life. And I experience that as a violation of my rights.
Thank you for your comments. Morris Franklin, please. Welcome again, Morris.
Thank you. Again, Morris Franklin, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, live in the Pacific Village neighborhood since 2015. My wife, before that, had a condo in Beach Walk, longtime homeowners here in Carp. So I am in support of passing ordinance number 781. I'd like to take a step back, though. Item number 10, we talked about the bed tax and getting people to Carp, and they're going to drop off their dollars here and move on. They've had a great weekend, and that's what's going to pay for our sewers, our roads, our parks, all of these things, right? So why do people come and stay in Carp? Do they just pick Carp as a good place to hang out for the weekend? They come here for our beaches, right? No one argues that. One of the most beautiful coastlines, on the Central Coast and all of California. They come here for the people as well. We're friendly. We walk everywhere. We ride our bikes. So they feel welcomed when they're in our community for a period of time, whether they're a camper or they just come for the day. They also come for the entertainment. Okay, and I will tell you, and I understand, I appreciate that as council members, you're always trying to find balance, right? Development, entertainment, whatever. The balance, we got, people on both sides of this opinion, and how do I, as an elected official, find balance to satisfy the people who are here and that have a stake in this community? Well, on entertainment, there's certainly a balance. And I will tell you, walking up Linden to my home across the highway at 9:05 on Friday night, you're nowhere near the line of this becoming a free-for-all of entertainment in Carpinteria. The town was ghostly quiet, not a soul to be seen. It was my wife and I and a few lingering people in town. So we're nowhere near a free-for-all of entertainment. But what makes people come to Carp? It's the surfliner coming by Island Brewery and seeing people having a good time, not out of hand, happy, waving. I'm going to come back here and I'm going to stay a weekend. It's people driving down Carpinteria Avenue and seen Sunburst and Rincon and people having a good time in a safe environment. Yes, in a small coastal beach town. And this is just part of what the ordinance number 781 is just part of what secures this for our town. What it attracts people to actually participate in the bed tax. Get them here. Why? For entertainment. That's why I support this. Just wanted to go on record. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. All right, now, anybody else who hasn't filled out a speaker slip? All right, anybody on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Thank you. We'll close public comment period and bring it back to the city council for determination.
Yeah, I'll make the motion, but first I want to thank staff for taking the feedback from council and helping to make some of the edits to the ordinance, and look forward to hearing more from the administrative conditions, as you said, after a couple months' time to see how everything is working out. But I'll make the motion. I move to approve ordinance number 781 on first reading as read by title only, and continue second reading to the regular meeting of June 10th, 2024.
A second.
All right, any discussion? I have a question for staff. You had mentioned a trial period and be coming back after the summer. Do we need to put that into the motion as well?
Mayor Clark, I don't know that it needs to be part of the motion. It's something that we had discussed back in March when your council gave direction on some of the changes to the admin conditions, that there'd be an expectation that staff would come back at some point down the road to report on how those changed administrative conditions are doing at continuing to regulate live entertainment.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mayor Clark, council members, just a clarification, and I apologize if I'm just repeating what Nick said, but I think what was discussed was that staff would come back to discuss the licenses, and the administrative conditions on the licenses, not this ordinance.
Oh, okay. Okay, very good. Very good. All right.
And if I can add, excuse me, I have a frog in my throat tonight. The process for this ordinance, this is the first reading, and then there would be a second reading, and then it would go into effect 30 days after the second reading.
Okay.
That's the process with the ordinance that is before you tonight.
All right, thank you. All right, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Before I get to the roll call, let me read the ordinance title into the record. Ordinance number 781, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carpinteria, California, amending Chapter 5.40 of the Municipal Code to allow outdoor live entertainment. And now for the roll call vote. Councilmember Nomura?
Aye.
Councilmember Solorzano?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alarcon?
Aye.
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
And Mayor Clark.
Aye. And we will now proceed to a 10-minute break. Welcome back to the regular city council meeting. We're reconvening from a short recess. Machine not quite reconvening yet. Okay, we're going to do item number 12 now, which is a status report on the city's 2023 to 2031 housing element certification and the approach to rezoning candidate sites under Program 1.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Clark and council members. I'm Mindy Fogg with the Community Development Department. I'm here to present a status update on our housing element process and our recommended approach to the next steps in that process. First, I'll give a quick refresher on the history of this housing element update, explain where it is in the process to be certified, and then I'll describe the rezone program requirements and our recommended approach to completing that step. Please note that while the purpose of the status report is to give an update on our approach to the future housing element rezones, we do wish to avoid discussing any particular rezone sites this evening. Evaluation of candidate sites will be forthcoming, but it will go through a separate process that will be that will include a planning commission hearing. As a reminder, the city's housing element is a required part of its general plan and must be updated every 8 years to identify and plan for the city's housing needs. Under state law, it must affirmatively further fair housing with considerations for mobility and access. And bottom line, it requires the city to accommodate housing for a range of income levels. Due to the statewide housing crisis, the current 8-year cycle has stronger mandates than ever before. The state acknowledges that local governments do not build the housing, as that is done by private developers. But with the planning and implementation of the housing element, the city must encourage and promote a variety of housing types that are affordable for all income levels. The real crux of this housing element cycle is the drastic increase in allocated units for the region and in the city in particular. Carpinteria must accommodate 901 new housing units based on the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA. This table summarizes how that number is broken into income levels and then addressed in the housing element. Under our current zoning and code regulations, we can already accommodate 68% of the RHNA based on approved and pending projects, vacant sites, underutilized sites, and accessory dwelling units. This would account for an estimated 609 units, but we're still short 292 lower income units, which equates to about 14.6 acres of medium to high density residential area. This shortfall is addressed in Program 1 of the housing element. But before I explain Program 1, let me explain the overall housing element process in a typical scenario. First, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment is completed with participation by the state, the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, and the individual jurisdictions in Santa Barbara County. Then the city drafts an updated housing element that, among other things, explains how the city's RHNA will be accommodated. After public input, it is submitted to the State Department of Housing and Community Development for their review and comments. After addressing HCD comments, the city adopts the element and submits it to HCD for final certification. Once it is certified as being in compliance with the state, the city can avoid penalties imposed by state mandates, including potential builder's remedy projects where development can occur without complying with general plan and zoning requirements. Finally, the city would stay in compliance by implementing the programs in the housing element. Program 1, which is to demonstrate compliance, Program 1, which is to demonstrate adequate sites to accommodate the RHNA, has to be implemented by a certain time frame, and in our case, that deadline was February 15th of this year. So why are we behind schedule? This slide shows how we followed the process diligently since the RHNA was completed in 2021. In 2022, the city held study sessions, got public input, and submitted a first draft element to HCD. After addressing their comments, the Planning Commission and City Council approved the element. But at that time, we also received a letter from the California Coastal Commission expressing concerns with some aspects of the city's approach to accommodate more housing. That letter factored into HCD's second review and comments last summer. Staff then worked with both state agencies through the summer and fall months to make revisions that addressed all of the conflicting state requirements. The revised element was circulated for public review and resubmitted to HCD. And as you may recall, we received a preliminary letter of compliance from HCD at the beginning of this year and quickly readopted and resubmitted it to the state. Although a compliant element was submitted prior to February 15th, the HCD determined that the city must still implement Program 1 in order to be certified. Their letter of noncompliance dated March 21st is provided as Attachment A to the staff report. So this brings us to our next step, implementing Program 1. As described in our adopted housing element, Program 1 is a commitment to process amendments to the general plan and zoning code to accommodate the RHNA shortfall. It requires rezoning a minimum of 14.6 acres plus a reasonable buffer area, which HCD has stated would be 15% of the shortfall. This would result in total acreage of 16.8 acres. The rezoned area must have a minimum density of 20 dwelling units per acre, and it must permit at least 16 units per site. The zoning will further allow for ministerial or by right permitting for developments in which 20% or more of the units are affordable to lower income households. And the development standards for the rezoned area must be objective and flexible enough to ensure the densities are achievable. This may include changing some of the requirements such as the parking requirements or height limits. A couple of other state requirements also factor into how the city will carry out Program 1. When the housing element was drafted, staff had envisioned using a zoning residential overlay such that the underlying zoning of the sites would not have to change, and the overlay would allow for the density and provisions mentioned on the previous slide. However, the Martinez v. Clovis case from last year found that this type of overlay does not satisfy housing element requirements. Therefore, the underlying or base zoning of the candidate sites would likely need to change. It's also important to note that once the housing element is certified, the city must continue to accommodate any unmet RHNA throughout this planning cycle or risk decertification. This is known as the no net loss law and is also why having a 15% buffer on the shortfall is important. With all these moving parts to consider, staff is proposing to implement Program 1 with a two-phased approach. As noted earlier, we're not going to discuss particular candidate sites for rezoning tonight, but it's important to point out that the housing element does include a list of sites with site profiles that are likely to be the pool of candidates for potential rezoning. This slide shows an even simpler version of Table 3 from the staff report. And while we're here, I'd like to note a quick correction from the staff report. It states that there are 21 sites. There are actually 19 sites in this list, which I keep forgetting that sites 5 and 17 were removed earlier in the evaluation process. So those are not in this list, so there's 19 sites here. So for implementation of Program 1, staff proposes that this list of candidate sites be split into two groups. The first group would be selected based on our ability to quickly address the RHNA shortfall. Ideally, this Phase 1 group would be made up of sites that have minimal environmental constraints, are located near public transit and services, would have property owner support, and would not require a general plan amendment. The goal would be to streamline Phase 1 to expeditiously receive certification from state HCD. The remaining sites from the list would be included in the second group and would still be evaluated as part of the ongoing general plan update process. The general plan update project already has a schedule and budget for extensive stakeholder engagement, programmatic environmental review under CEQA, and close coordination with other agencies, such as the California Coastal Commission. Since we are already well into the general plan update process, these two phases can be implemented concurrently, but with Phase 1 to be completed sooner. So the next steps would be to select the sites for Group 1, prepare the zoning amendments and supporting materials, get input and recommendations from the Planning Commission, and then bring them to your council for approval. The second group would follow all the same steps as the general plan update, and depending on how much of the RHNA has been covered, there would be more discretion on which sites to rezone at that time. And that basically summarizes where we are in the process. We ask that you receive and file this status report, and our long-range planning team is available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I had a couple questions. So one of the terms that was used in the staff report was use by right. And then I was wondering, what is the difference between use by right and builder's remedy?
Thank you. Councilmember Solarsino, they both avoid discretionary review, which is a huge part of the development process. So they would not undergo CEQA review or architectural review board or these hearings. With builder's remedy, that is something that can be imposed since we're not certified, our housing element is not certified, and a developer could impose a builder's remedy that would not have to comply with our zoning or general plan. But if we had the zoning done, then use by right, it would avoid discretion, but it would still be complying with our zoning and general plan.
Okay, so they're basically different types of tools to try to, different types of tools that that avoid the discretionary process, or?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Different, then, go ahead, Jenna.
Councilmember Solorzano, through the mayor, I think Mindy did a great job kind of giving a broad overview of explaining. I think one of the important things is, by right is where there's the proposed application would comply with the zoning regulations in place, and just not have to go through, as she mentioned, that discretionary process.
Okay. And then builder's remedy, that can go even in areas that are not zoned for housing. It can just go.
So there,
areas.
I wish Mac was here. He's much more eloquent at explaining builder's remedy. But builder's remedy is where developers can come in and, I believe, in certain situations, propose projects and get projects, require approval of projects that don't comply with all of the city's zoning
Okay, right. Okay.
regulations, particularly subjective zoning regulations.
Thank you. And then are some of our regional neighbors, like some other cities, are they also doing this type of multi-phase approach? Or is this something unique to our situation, just with Carp being where it is and everything in the coastal zone?
Thank you. They are all different. And I would say in the county of Santa Barbara, a lot of the cities have been able to get certified either by just showing that they have enough accommodation through their existing zoning, their accessory dwelling units, et cetera, without having to implement rezones. Others have had to do rezones that were non-coastal rezones, and they were able to get that done quickly. But everyone is we're all in the same boat, but everyone's kind of in a different situation and a different part of the boat.
No, I appreciate the context for that, yeah.
And as a reminder, Mindy commented on the zoning process in non-coastal zones. So as you know, the entire city falls within the coastal zone, so we're not able to just adopt a normal ordinance and go through our normal ordinance process to enact zoning regulations. You know, the first reading, second reading goes into effect 30 days after the second reading. We have to, after the first reading, we then send something to the Coastal Commission. We have to wait to get on their calendar, and that takes a long time. It has to be approved through the Coastal Commission.
Okay, and then my last question is just to clarify then, so then when you come back with a follow-up to this, then you'll basically give us sort of a curated list of the sites that you think would best meet this phase one, and then we'll hear about why those sites were chosen, and then we'll potentially approve it?
That's a great summary of the plan. We don't have all the details completely mapped out yet. We wanted to kind of do this check-in with your council and hear from the public. However, we envision that there will still be some discretion, even though we will have, like you said, a curated set of sites to choose from. We want to get input and recommendations from the Planning Commission and the public as part of that process, and then bring you a strong recommendation, but with some room for discretion as well.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes, I have a question. So there's no doubt that, right, we have to get this in compliance first. And then what I was looking at is the letter dated March 21st, and specifically the second to last paragraph where it talks about possible funding programs that we may be eligible for. Of course, we would need to meet the criteria. Now, I was able to participate in a presentation on the Sustainable Communities Grant as a means to possibly support the city with affordable housing. But from I recall that process is quite extensive. So I'm wondering if you could educate the community on whether or not Carpinteria could even be participate in those programs.
Through the Mayor, Vice Mayor Alarcon, I'm only somewhat familiar with some of these grant programs. I've sat in on a couple of the presentations that have been made regarding a few of these HCD grant programs that have been made to the Joint Affordable Housing Task Force. And obviously, the big hurdle for us is that we are not currently certified. Even from there, some of the programs may fit Carpinteria. A lot of them seem, my gut reaction from the initial presentation was a lot of the programs really seem catered towards larger metropolitan areas, and a lot of the Santa Barbara County jurisdictions were looking at them wondering, how much some of these grant programs may actually apply here. I think there was an HCD staff person on that presentation, and they said that's something that HCD is aware of, and they're trying to make some tweaks to these programs and make them a little bit more attractive to smaller jurisdictions. So I guess that's a roundabout way of saying we may be eligible for some of these if we can find one that's a good fit. But step one is to get certification.
All right. We'll open the public comment period. I have a slip from Mike Wondolowski. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike Wondolowski with Carpinteria Valley Association. There we go. First, just overall, we agree with staff's proposed approach, the phase 1, phase 2. As we come back with the curated list and make selections from that, we strongly encourage the council and the city not to rezone more than is necessary to meet the RHNA plus 15%. If something falls out and it's analyzed, it can be added later if necessary. We don't want to rezone more than is necessary because when these things are built, ideally we have some sort of subsidies, partnerships with nonprofits or grants to help subsidize these units to keep them at affordable levels. And in context, we need 292 low-income units out, and the table here of all the possibilities is 1,932. So we get to select just a few and just the right ones, which is exactly what staff's approach is driving us toward. We agree with the criteria for selecting sites for this curated list, the minimal environmental constraints, proximity to transit, et cetera. And we have a recommendation for a couple additional criteria to consider. One is to avoid expanding the urban-rural boundary. There are two sites on this list that would require that, and CVA and the city have both pointed out that expanding the urban-rural boundary is a serious issue with the county's proposed rezones of the 3 sites in the valley. For the city, if we end up proposing to do the same thing, not only is it poor planning, but it also weakens the legitimacy of our argument to the Coastal Commission about the county's proposed rezones. Another criteria we recommend is to consider the effect of a potential rezone of any given site, consider the effect on transitional zoning along the urban-rural boundary. It is nonsensical to put a 20-unit per acre high-density residential development right next to an Ag 10 or other agricultural zoned area. The fully expected, anticipated conflicts between those two uses would just guarantee that you'd have members of the public coming up to this table for years in the future complaining about the problems. We have the ability to avoid that by using good planning principles. And finally, some of these sites would probably require more market rate units, as in low-income units to be built to help subsidize low-income units. To the extent that that can be anticipated, the different sites would have different requirements. The goal should be to minimize the number of non-lower income units that would be likely to be built. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. It's the only speaker slip we have. Anybody else in the audience care to comment on the update of the housing element? And a long line there on Zoom, Brian?
So far, we just have one raised hand, Nathan Pitters. Nathan, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nathan Pitters. I'm a real estate developer working with the property owner at 5800 Villarreal. One of the candidate opportunity sites for rezoning in the housing element update. And I wanted to voice my support for rezoning of this site. The property, Norbin's Nursery, is roughly 16.8 acres of unimproved land currently being used as non-crop producing nursery. The soil is of lesser quality and has not been cropped at any time in recent history, making it a low priority agricultural site and financially infeasible to farm, both traditionally and with greenhouses. The site has no improvements and no other tenants that would be displaced as a result of developing the land. The operations of the nursery could be easily moved to other land they own in the county, making a residential development both highly feasible and the highest and best use for the site. The property is located just east of the freeway, in close proximity to, but not within, the small town feel of downtown Carpinteria. It provides an ideal living situation for renters and owners alike, with walkability, privacy, and without impacting the existing businesses, fabric of downtown, or coastal view corridors. The property could significantly contribute both affordable and market rate housing towards the regional housing needs allocation, and also happens to be the exact amount of land needed to be rezoned to cover the RHNA shortfall. We've performed a thorough due diligence process to evaluate the feasibility of residential development on the site, and have concluded that the site is well qualified for development and can feasibly deliver over 320 units of much needed housing, a significant portion of which would be deed restricted affordable. If the city were to rezone this land, we and the property owner have the desire, ability, and capital available and are fully committed to developing this property. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. All right, we'll close the public comment period and bring it back to the council for any discussion or.
And Mayor Clark, if I can just interrupt quickly and through the council. I know we heard one public comment about a particular site, but just a reminder that we're keeping our discussion tonight broad and not talking about any specific sites. Thank you.
I'll move to receive and file the status report of the city's 2023-2031 housing element.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Okay.
Opposed? Motion carries. 5-0, Brian, and now we're going to item number 13, resolution number 6325 concerning continuation of street lighting district number 1 for fiscal year 2024 to 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. What's before you is assessment district number 1. Excuse me, let me turn this off. Street lighting district number 1, excuse me. Resolution number 6324. So what is before you is basically the third step of the process of continuing the street lighting district number 1, or the assessment fees, to go towards this district. Just go a quick background on the history of we got to this particular step 3 on March 25th of 2024. The City Council adopted resolution number 6296, ordering a report on the status and projections for the district for fiscal year 2024-2025. Then on our April 22nd, 2024, the council adopted resolution numbers 6308 and 6309 respectively, which a copy or copies are attached to your staff report as attachment A, which accepted the report of this engineer and setting the matter for a public hearing on May 28th, today. Street lighting district number 1, those assessments are used for both the operations and maintenance of street lighting systems. Once a sufficient balance is accumulated, those assessments are used to finance capital projects also, as well as new or replacement street lights, in addition to maintenance of the street lights. As part of the legal process for continuing in the assessment district, a notice of this public hearing was published on May 16th in the Coastal View News and posted at City Hall and mailed to the requiring mail list of agencies and interested persons. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
All right, any questions? All right, we'll open up the public comment period. Anybody like to comment on lighting district? Number 1? Anybody on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
All right, we'll bring it back to the council for determination.
I move to adopt resolution number 6325 as read by title only.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item number 14, resolution number 6326, concerning the continuation of lighting, landscaping, and right-of-way improvement district number 3 for fiscal year 2024-2025.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. This is our second assessment district for you tonight. This also continues the assessment of fees towards this district. What is part of your city council staff report is resolution 6326, making or concerning the continuation of lighting, landscaping, and right-of-way improvement district number 3 for fiscal year 2024-25. Just a quick background, again, on this particular district is a district from these assessments. It somewhat overlaps the district number 1 that was the agenda item before this one, but it also this one provides particular funding for maintenance of rights-of-way, including curbs, gutters, and sidewalks and trees. So the district before this one, district number 1, so though it seems to overlap this particular district, or the funding or assessments used in this from this district is what I mentioned earlier regarding rights-of-way. Again, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, and trees. This particular process also is a third step in the process, and just like the last one, the City Council adopted a resolution, 6297, on March 25th, 2024, ordering the report and status projections of the ensuing fiscal year. And again, also on April 22nd, the City Council adopted resolutions number 6310 and 6311, which copies are part of the staff report, accepting the report of the city engineer and setting the matter for public hearing. That's tonight. As a legal requirement, this public hearing notice was published on Coastal View News on May 16th, posted at City Hall, and mailed to required mailing list of agencies and interested persons. And with that, that concludes my report.
All right, any questions?
Just one quick question. I think we had discussed the possibility of, or the option of potentially looking to increase that assessment since that's a district that is running a deficit. When would that conversation happen?
That, through the mayor, council member Solorzano, that conversation or that particular topic can be brought up to by city council at any time during the fiscal year, should council direct city staff to look into the increase of or the benefit assessment of this. So that there is a process, legal process in levying additional or increasing assessments, and it's quite a long list of instructions, so to say, or steps, but there are, I would say, about 7 steps to that. Yes, but I could go over it really quick, just the steps, not necessarily describing it, but one is to identify what this benefit is going to be. Number 2, identify the parcels that's going to receive this benefit. 3, determine whether improvements provide general benefits and identify appropriate sources. 4, determine proportionate special benefit. 5, provide adequate notice, of course, of the protest, any protest hearing. 6, hold a public hearing like we have now. And number 7, adopt an increase by resolution or ordinance. Basically, those are your 7 steps. And should the city council direct city staff to look into this further, we can certainly do that.
And Councilmember Solorzano through the mayor. So something interesting about, and one of the reasons that these, a lot of cities have similar assessment districts that don't cover their costs. This assessment district and a lot of other cities' assessment districts were passed years and years ago prior to the adoption of Prop 218 and Prop 26, which was their constitutional amendments. And so they restrict how cities can raise funds. And so as John was mentioning, they require both very strict procedural and substantive steps or requirements to follow prior to increasing or adopting any new fees, assessments, taxes, et cetera. It is a much more in-depth process, both time and resource intensive. I would, and one of the things that John was talking about in identifying the parcels, identifying what the special benefit is to this parcel, parceling out special and general benefits, that would require an engineer's report, and so that is something that's actually required by the Constitution when you are doing special benefit assessments. So if and when the city wants to explore updating their assessment districts, I would probably recommend that we do them all together so that we can just move forward or move through those engineering reports.
Does it make sense? I mean, because it looks like the subsidy for the funding deficit is $184,000, and so I mean, is that something where it makes sense to invest, like you're saying, that like the staff time and the resources into looking into it?
Definitely, Councilmember Solorzano. So I'll turn it over to Michael.
Yeah, I just, sorry to step in, but this is part of the adopted annual work plan for next year, and the general government is already working on this. We are spacing it out because of the TOT that you heard earlier and not wanting to take too much of these revenue measures at the same time and confuse the public and being able to focus on one at a time. So we are working on this, and it is part of the, you guys already gave us direction.
Yes. Okay, good. I just wasn't sure since we're getting this update and we just hadn't heard about going forward what next steps would be, but it sounds like staff is working on it, so we'll hear more about it in the future. So thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we'll open the public comment period. Anybody like to comment on District Number 3? Anybody on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
All right, we'll bring it back for a motion.
I move to adopt resolution number 6326 as read by title only.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion passes 5-0. Item number 15, resolution number 6327, concerning the continuation of parking and business improvement area assessment district number 4 for the fiscal year 2024 to 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. The third benefit assessment district is before you with resolution number 6327 concerning the continuation of this assessment district. So again, this is the third step in the process. Quick background again. The first step of City Council was adopting resolution number 6298 on March 25th, 2024, ordering a report on the status and projections of this district for fiscal year 24-25. Then again, on April 22nd, 2024, the City Council adopted resolutions number 6312 and 6313. Copies are part of your staff report, accepting the annual report and budget and scheduling a public hearing for May 28, 2024, which is tonight. Background on the, a little bit more background on the parking and business improvement area assessment district number 4 again. These particular assessment fees or general assessment fees are used for promotion, maintenance, and revitalization activities within the district, or what we call downtown T. As far as any other special parking assessment districts, those are inactive. So basically, the assessments that come from, or from this particular district, again, just goes to promotion, maintenance, and revitalization activities of downtown T. As a legal requirement, the public hearing notice was published on May 16th, 2024 in the Coastal View News, posted at City Hall, and mailed to the required mailing list of agencies and interested persons. And with that, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Just a really quick question. I was wondering if maybe we could, in the future, at a future meeting, get a presentation on what DTBAB has been active in. I know that it's been very reinvigorated within the last year or so, and I think it'd be great for us to hear just some of the events that they've done so far and the plans that they have, because it seems like they're doing really good work.
Yes, well, that's well noted. Thank you, Councilmember Solorzano.
Anybody else? Anybody in the public? Anybody on Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Bring it back for determination.
I move to adopt resolution number 6327 as read by title only.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And we are off to item number, got to get the numbers. Um, 16, resolution number 6328 concerning the continuation of assessment district number 5 for fiscal year 2024 to 25.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. This is the last of our benefit assessment districts for tonight. This one is for the continuation of the assessment district number 5, also called the Winter Burn Protection Program. Again, this is the third step in the process. On March 25th, 2024, City Council adopted resolution number 6299, ordering a report of the status and projections of the district for fiscal year 2024-2025. The second step on April 22nd, 2024, the City Council adopted resolution number 6314, which a copy is part of your staff report, accepting the report and setting the matter for a public hearing on May 28th, 2024, tonight. Real quick background of this assessment district number 5. Again, it's exclusively towards the winter burn protection program, basically the constructing and the deconstructing of the winter berm during the winter months, typically constructed around November after Thanksgiving and taken down before Memorial Day. So this one has been with the city since its inception, 1997, I believe. And on the legal requirements, this particular agenda, or excuse me, the public hearing notice was published on May 16th, 2024 in the Coastal View News, posted at City Hall, and mailed to the required mailing list of agencies and interested parties. With that, that concludes my staff report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions? So does the district funding then, is that frozen? Is it always the same amount?
Yeah, Mayor Clark, quick answer is yes.
And so does the city portion go up?
Actually, no. It stays the same according to the total assessments or the assessment roll. There's no assessments have been raised or lowered. They're basically the same.
So if costs go up, then where do we pay from that from?
Well, I could probably not maybe directly answer that particular question, considering the construction costs have been going up. Have you seen in past bids? What I could tell you is some cost-cutting operations that we've done as far as city staff goes. We are taking the constructing and deconstructing of the winter berm in-house. So that is not contracted out anymore, or will be contracted, will not be contracted in the in the future. We've taken, we believe we could take on this particular task ourselves. So really the cost of this winter berm would be the rental of a specialty equipment like a dozer. But we do have operators who will be able to do this in-house. That I could tell you. It's pretty hard to estimate the amount of cost that's going to be towards if we were to contract it, continuing contracting it. I could say it's about 60 grand for both constructing and deconstructing the winter berm so far.
Okay.
Yes, and Mayor, just to hop in to your point, yes. So what John has been doing is making sure that cost hasn't been going up and has done a good job of bringing it in-house. But if the cost were to increase, that would go onto the city and/or would require us to adjust this assessment like the others. But there is no change from this year to next.
Okay, thanks. Anybody from the public like to comment on assessment district number 5? Anybody on Zoom, Brian?
We have no raised hands, Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment period and bring it back to the city council for a motion.
I move to adopt resolution number 6328 as read by title only.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And item number 17, ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carpinteria, California, amending Chapter 2.04.620 of the Carpinteria Municipal Code to modify the compensation of the Carpinteria City Council members pursuant to Government Code Section 36516.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the public. Tonight before you is ordinance number 783, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carpinteria, amending Chapter 2.04.620 of the Carpinteria Municipal Code to modify the compensation of the Carpinteria City Council members pursuant to Government Code Section 36516. Carpinteria Municipal Code, Section 2.04.620, pertaining to the compensation of council members was last amended June 25th, 1990, and that was by ordinance number 462. And that states that each council member shall be paid during his or her incumbency at the rate of $310 per month, provided, however, that any increase in compensation shall only become effective on the date of certification of a general municipal election, at which time an elected council member takes office pursuant to Government Code Section 36516.5. On June 29th, 2023, the governor approved Senate Bill 329, which was introduced by Senator Bill Dodd of Napa. And at your regular council meeting of April 8th of this year, staff presented a report regarding Senate Bill 329, and City Council directed staff to return with a proposed ordinance for consideration of a council compensation increase with a range between $837 to $950 per month. Let's do a little bit of background regarding Senate Bill 329. So Senator Dodd introduced that legislation to increase the maximum of salary based on population of cities. And for City of Carpinteria, populations up to 35,000, that amount was increased to $950 per month. In addition, the legislation allows increases beyond the proposed, or not the proposed, they were actually approved by the governor, but the legislation allows increases beyond the population maximums, but not to exceed the greater of 5% for each calendar year from the last adjustment or an amount equal to inflation since January 1st, 2024. It's important to note Senator Dodd's legislation was brought forth with the intent to boost diversity and participation on city councils, and he stated that city council members serve long hours and make critical decisions for communities. It's a major commitment that's especially hard on working people and those from diverse or disadvantaged backgrounds who must balance jobs and family obligations. So the goal of SB 329 is to attract more diverse pool of individuals to participate in local government and have the pay reflect the time commitment necessary to serve. And again, so SB 329 increased population, based on populations up to 35,000 to $950 per month. And then additionally, SB 329 allowed increase beyond those population amounts. Again, 5% from each calendar year from the last adjustment or an amount equal to inflation since January 1st, 2024, based on the Consumer Price Index not to exceed 10% each calendar year. So again, the City Council's current monthly compensation is $310. That's remained unchanged since 1990. We were directed to come back with a range between $837 to $950. And again, if the City Council were to move forward with passing the ordinance to increase the compensation, that would not take effect until after the November election and the election results are certified. So we're looking at probably on or after December 9th of this year. So if we were to look at the range that you requested, starting off with 837, 837 represents taking 5% each year since the last increase. So at 310, that would equal $837 per month, and that's non-cumulative 5%. So that is actually a net increase over the current amount that we budget for of $6,324. And again, because it won't take effect until after the election, to budget for a full year, we would only be doing 5 months at 310, and then 7 months at the higher amount. And it's also important to note, taking that 310 and also factoring inflation, had we kept up with inflation, the value of that today would be $754 per month, just as a reference. If we were to take the range and go somewhere in the middle, for the analysis, we took $894, and that's a net annual increase of $7,008. However, for fiscal year, again, taking 5 months at $310, 7 months at $894, that's a net increase of $6,258. And then last, if we were to take 950 based on the population amounts allowed, that would be a net annual increase of $7,680. However, for the fiscal year, 5 months and 7 months, we're looking at a net budget increase of $6,650. Staff is currently preparing the fiscal year 2024-25 budget, and the compensation at $950 per month has been allocated in the proposed budget. That proposed budget is coming forth to you on the June 10th meeting. And then if the increase is made, then we would also budget accordingly in fiscal year, future fiscal years. And again, any increase that is approved would be after the election. So again, that would be sometime December 9th or shortly thereafter. So that concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
So just to clarify then, the budget we'll receive this year will have that projection in for after the
Correct.
election is certified. So, and so when we see those numbers, we're not going to be looking to add anything more than what's there.
Correct.
Right now. Okay.
Yes. And in the staff report, those numbers are in for each of the different recommendations.
Okay, great.
Or
Thank you.
options.
Anybody else? All right, we'll open up to the public. Anybody like to comment on city council member compensation? Anybody on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Thank you, Brian. All right, we'll bring it back to the council for determination. More discussion.
Well, thank you to staff for bringing back what the projections would be and everything, and for explaining how we got here. I really appreciate that we had a good conversation about this the last time it came up, and I support doing the increase to the $950 a month based on population in the interest of trying to get more of a socioeconomically diverse representation on this council. And I think in comparison to some of the other budgetary issues that we've been looking at, the increase for this is pretty minor, all things considered, for the gain that we'd be getting, especially if we get representation that more closely reflects what the city looks like.
I have a question for staff. What's the projected deficit that we're looking at this coming year?
Councilmember Lee, so it's a tricky question because we're required to bring you a balanced budget. So when the budget comes to you, it will be balanced. But there was a expenditure to revenue shortfall of about $1.8 million in programs and services that have had some deferment, something or another.
As I said before, I do support, but I believe the timing is not right for our council to increase our wages. I know it's challenging, this position, but we do it not for the money, but because we want to serve our community. So I do not support any type of increase.
So I appreciate the presentation that you all made. I think based on our last conversation when this was brought to the council and now with this additional information, I too would support an increase of $950. Similar to what Councilmember Solorzano mentioned, I think you were really able to sum all of that up in terms of the importance of this. Given the history, right, since the last increase was in 1990, I really don't foresee another. It may happen on an annual basis, but I really don't foresee that happening for likely another 30 years.
Comments I'd like to make. From 1990, 310 to where we stand right now, it does seem like we've been a little tight as far as budget. Personally, I don't feel comfortable with taking the max because that 950 represents a population cap of 35,000. We are quite a bit under the 35,000 mark. I would be more comfortable with one of the other two, whether it's the 837 or the 894. One of those two, to me, makes a little more sense. And again, that's honoring what our forefathers had done previous, and that's trying to be as cost efficient as possible. So even though it's a small portion, I think I would be more comfortable than taking it to the top line.
I think that's up to a population cap of 35,000 is the 950. And I would support that also because I do think it's important to encourage a wider, not just a wider range, but anybody to run for city council. Maybe we can have more choices to choose from when it comes to election time.
I just want to say that I really do respect the idea of trying to be economical, but I think this is one area where we've been economical for decades and decades, and I think if what we're saying we want is, to increase diversity and to look at DEI and to make that a more real priority for the city, then we have to take these steps. We can't expect it to happen by itself without making any changes to actually empower people to be able to do this type of work. So I really do respect the idea of wanting to be careful with finances, but in this case, I think it's something that we owe our city to give it representation that reflects who's actually living here.
One thing I would like to point out, and has nothing to do with the money, but looking at the diversity of this current city council, I've never seen the diversity of this ethnicity-wise as forever, and we don't see this in very many communities. So.
Well,
I think it's socioeconomical
yeah, but if you're
diversity
looking
too.
at what's our tax returns, I think we're in a different group than a lot of folks. So, but there's that element also.
Yeah.
Be you white or be you otherwise?
Okay, well, I'll make a motion then. I move to approve ordinance number 783 on first reading as read by title only, setting the new city council compensation at the allowable amount per Senate Bill 329, which would be $950 a month, and continue second reading for adoption to June 24th, 2024.
I'll second.
All right, motion and a second. Any further discussion? May we have a roll call?
Certainly, Mayor. Before I get to the roll call, let me read the ordinance title into the record. Ordinance number 783, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carpinteria, California, amending Chapter 2.04 to adjust the compensation of council members. And now for the roll call vote. Councilmember Nomura?
Aye.
Councilmember Solorzano?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alarcon?
Aye.
Councilmember Lee?
No.
Mayor Clark?
Aye. Thank you very much. And now we're going to item number 18, which is the law enforcement services budget considerations, including community resource deputy position and summer augmentation patrol.
Yes, Mayor, Council, and community members. The city is completing the first year of its 4-year agreement with the County Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office. The cost for this year is approximately $6.1 million, and that's an increase of about 81% since fiscal year 2018-19, so we're definitely trending upwards. The contract includes the current contract includes a built-in escalator of 2.78%, and the approximate contract amount for the final fiscal year of the contract, which would be fiscal year 26-27, is expected to be around $7.2 million from today. This contract amount includes the community resource deputy, but does not include all of our law enforcement program expenses, such as the summer augmentation patrol, which is increased patrol hours during the summer months and special events. And it does not include PERS contributions for the city's former police department, which are approximately this year about $300,000. So the concern is that the cost of law enforcement is rising and is expected to make up about 43% of the city's discretionary funds for the coming fiscal year. The city has deferred, as Councilmember Lee had just asked, approximately $1.8 million in programs and services in the current draft of the fiscal year 24-25 budget. These deferments came from only city departments at this point, and city department contracts such as legal. The question is whether or not the city should consider a reduction in law enforcement services for the 24-25 budget. So the city wants to meet the needs of the community, and our law enforcement team has definitely done that. And in terms of our budgetary needs for the community, we need to meet those needs not only for the coming fiscal year, but also for the future. This has required us to make some tough decisions that will be presented to your council on June 10th at the first of two budget hearings. As you've heard tonight through the TLT and the assessments, we are actively pursuing alternative revenue streams, which is a part of this. One right now is the reducing, and one is the revenue streams. Those are all in the works, but are going to take time, as we kind of heard tonight. In order to maintain our current levels of service, we're going to need to make some big changes. So in 2011, it's one of the footnotes on page 2 of the report. Just for some context, the council has been faced with this in the past. In 2011, former city manager Derflinger, faced with similar budget constraints, brought this several cost-saving options for law enforcement services to the council. At that time, that also included the elimination of the community resource deputy. At that time, all of the options were approved. However, it's important to note that in the next year, a combined community resource deputy / detective position was restored. And I believe that was to recommit to some of our community policing efforts at that time. As part of this process, myself and our assistant city manager met with Gary Warkentine, who's the new chief administrative officer, who's here with us tonight, and also Lieutenant John Maxwell, who is part of the contracts division. And I also spoke with the Carpinteria Unified School District. So we did consider multiple options. There's only 2 here tonight that were decided to be viable within the contract, and that had the most impact in terms of financial savings for the budget. And those are the elimination of the community resource deputy position and reduction, elimination, or revision to the city's summer augmentation patrol. So our community resource deputy leads a lot of our community policing efforts. They spend time in the schools, which is why I reached out to the school district, and then also as a liaison with the businesses. If we were to consider eliminating that position, it's important to note that our contract requires a 60-day notice before that would come into place. And in terms of the cost savings for next year, it would be approximately $237,000. The second option is for the summer augmentation patrol. Last year, we offered about 900 different shifts, or 900 maybe hours Deputy Dickey can correct me later when he speaks, but I think it was about 900 hours, and we were able to fill a third of them. Part of that is because of just the tremendous amount of responsibility that is on our sheriffs right now. We discussed a number of things as we met with the sheriff staff about even sheriffs utilizing security companies to help work in the courtrooms. And, I think we've heard here earlier, maybe over a year ago, about burnout related to staff and having to cover all of those shifts. And even, I think, commanders and exempt employees were working patrol shifts. And so it's become increasingly difficult to fill some of those shifts. And even the sheriff has looked to other ways to help fill some of those spots and not put such a heavy burden on the staff. And so we have been able to fill, though, a third of those, and the city budgets about $50,000 a year for that, or has the last couple years, and so that is the potential savings. I mentioned that there could be a revision, so one of the things as I mentioned, the sheriff has done, other cities have done, is contracted with licensed security companies, which would require us to put out an RFP and solicit some security companies. There's those that work the Avocado Festival already and other nearby types of things that we could potentially request a proposal from services, so that we have the same number of eyes and ears out during our special events, but then they would have to work collaboratively with the department to make reports, as they would not be sworn deputies. So that's just another way that we could do that. In the report, I call out the difference between those hours. I think we estimated that the cost for a deputy during that time is approximately $102 an hour, and so and a security officer would be around $35 an hour. So depending on the number of hours we offset, that would equate to the savings there. So some other information that was gathered was about neighboring agencies. That's often a question that we look at as we consider things here ourselves. So these are our numbers that we got today. And so one of them was for Goleta. Goleta does have and again, I invite the Sheriff's Department to correct me on any of these numbers if they are incorrect, but Goleta has their community resource deputy is 100% funded by the school district. This is not Santa Barbara Sheriff's, but City of Oxnard confirmed that the city pays 25% and the school district covers 75%. These other ones will require additional verification, but we were told Santa Barbara School District covers 100% of their school resource officer or resource deputy, and then City of Ventura, we were told, does a 50%, 50-50. So in terms of potentially looking at other options, an offset sort of percentage can be one of those options. So the options before you today are to consider elimination of the CRD and a summer augmentation patrol. You could also decide just to eliminate the community resource deputy, eliminate only the summer augmentation patrol, or decline to eliminate the CRD or the summer augmentation patrol. This is a difficult report to provide because it's not a debate over the question of the level of service that's been provided to us by the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office. It's more about a question of affordability, as I imagine it was in 2011, and certainly they were committed to bringing that position back, as it looked like they did the following year. Again, we're making every effort to bring in revenues to do that, such as the TOT measure. Again, I want to say in attendance to help answer some questions from the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office himself is Deputy Brian Dickey, Commander Brad Welch, and then again, Gary Warkentine, the Chief Administrative Officer, as well as our own Lieutenant Ornaldi. And if we had any questions for Sheriff's Office at this time, I'd encourage any questions of them, and I'm sure any one of them would be willing to speak and/or correct me on any numbers that might have been off on my side.
Can we ask questions?
Yeah.
Okay. So I thought that's really interesting information about the fact that the schools pay all, if not, or half of their CRDs. Do we know, does CUSD, have they indicated whether they're open to paying, I mean, maybe 50, at least 50, if not 75% of, to cover? Because since the CRD goes to the schools as a big part of their work.
No serious discussions around their budget. If the council decided to go that way to consider something that would be a different ratio split, I could pursue a formal discussion around that and get a formal response to that, but nothing official.
Okay. And then in terms of the summer allocation or the summer augmentation patrol, if we were to hire private security companies for that, how would we go about that? Would we do an RFP, or do we have existing partnerships with security firms?
Yes, great question, Councilmember Solorzano. So we could do an RFP, although it's also under our professional services, so the city can include things like other companies that we've worked with and have an established relationship with. As mentioned, there's some very professional companies around. Triumph is one that the sheriff is currently using, so that's one that they've vetted. We've also had some that have been used for the Avocado Festival that have been vetted by us in the past, and so that could help decide who we would issue an RFP to, but likely we would do that and go through some sort of formal vetting process before selecting.
Thank you.
And Michael, can you touch on the liability of having private security versus the sheriff's deputies?
Councilmember Lee, in terms of liability, the companies that we would utilize would have their own insurance, and then the city has its insurance itself. So in terms of like risk management liability from a financial standpoint, it would be covered by insurance.
And Councilmember Lee, through the mayor, the city attorney's office would be part of that contract to make sure that there were adequate liability protections built into the contract or any contract the city enters into.
I appreciate your presentation. I would like to get a better sense, maybe this really is for Deputy Dickey, to get a better sense of how he splits his time. I would definitely be interested in pursuing a conversation with the Carpinteria Unified School District in terms of their interest in supporting the cost of a CRD officer. However, I want to get a better sense of how much time is actually being allocated on the school campuses, because I know he does a variety and a range of duties throughout the community.
Looks like he's willing to come up.
Welcome, Ryan.
Mayor, council members. So what exactly, explain to me what you're asking the question again, I'm sorry.
So my question is, or my thinking is, I'd love to pursue a conversation with the Carpinteria Unified School District to see if there's interest in supporting a CRD position, but I'd want to get a better sense of what your time allocation looks like on the school campuses.
Sure. I've prepared a list here. I can hand out to you folks if you'd like, but I spend every lunch, so Monday through Friday typically, I would say about an hour at either the middle school or the high school. I go to rallies at the high school, attend their events that they invite me to. I also do these, you want to hand those over? Yeah. Also do the school board meetings. They've asked me to attend those. So in a week, I would say probably and then I'd taken calls for service. I'm just trying to think in my head here. I would say probably 15 hours a week, maybe close to 20. If you start adding in the time to write reports. Typically when I respond to the school, quite honestly, they don't call our dispatch. They call me. I have a department phone, and they call that. And so they, instead of going through dispatch, they go through me. So I'll respond and deal with whatever they're needing me to deal with. So that could vary from week to week, but I would say 15 to 20 hours a week is about accurate.
So it sounds like what, 30 or 40%, or 35 or 50%?
That's, yes,
Time?
yes. Because
Somewhere in there?
for example, I just worked the prom the other day. That was something that they hired 2 deputies for, and just being because I'm with the school time, I took that overtime spot. So that was a couple of spots. Also, come graduation, same thing, but it's not something that is I do with my normal hours. So, if that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. Helpful.
Thanks.
Mayor, I also have a correction to make. I stated that Goleta, 100% was paid by the school district. That's incorrect. 100% is paid by the city.
Other way around, okay. So did I read somewhere, maybe the staff report, that sounds like that school's getting somebody? Where did I see that?
I'm sorry, could you restate the question?
That the city is looking to hire their own deputy?
Us.
And now
So-
I'm sorry, the school. God, it's late.
I'm not aware.
Past my bedtime, actually.
Yeah, Mayor, sorry. I'm not aware of the school district looking to have their own officer.
See that.
They might be able to speak to that. I know, in the past, I think a couple years ago, Dave had considered a couple different options during a strategic reorganization and considered maybe a community liaison officer in-house that might be a retired officer. So even back then, we were looking at potentially more affordable options for offering a similar service. Again, what you lose is, right, the sworn deputy part, but in terms of the liaisoning with the businesses and with the school district. Also, one of the things that Deputy Dickey brought up to me, which is also a good and a bad thing, was about, calling them directly. We have had some, we had a conversation at a recent meeting about really we can't depend on any one individual when it comes to community policing or any other service, talking about injuries, retirements, people being restationed. And so we had a large conversation about community policing being an effort that's not just sheriff deputies, but is also city staff, and not just a community resource deputy, but all of the deputies. And we had a great example of that a couple meetings ago where we talked about a deputy that showed up during a library event. And so we are working more towards a community policing effort that is not just sheriff office-wide, but citywide. And that is part of this idea of not having one person. We certainly have had issues where you might call a single individual to respond to something, but if they're not available or on lunch or have the day off. And so we've had to redirect people to contact the dispatch center because we've had, issues where you might have called a couple numbers before getting directly to something. And so we are really trying to focus more on a central sort of service and a service that is not just limited to any single individual.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, can I get Brian to come back up and talk about the collaboration with code enforcement in this community and how you work hand in hand with the unhoused as well as lunch program? And I don't think I need to remind City Council that you've already reduced your code enforcement from 3 down to 2. Now you're going to want to get rid of a CRD. Now you're down to 2. You better think through what's going on here. So could you address that, please?
Sure. So typically, and I put a little bit of this on the paper, the handout I gave you. My typical day is typically David Hernandez, again, we're contacting via text and phone and stuff, and what's going on in the community with our homeless. We typically look for the hot spots, and me and him collaborate together and figure out, hey, we're getting complaints over here. He might get a complaint somewhere over here, and I might get a complaint over here. And we typically will set a time during the day that we go and walk the sensitive habitat. And they meet with that could be the bluffs, that could be an area out at the beach. Recently, we've had some issues out there. A lot of times it's over here in Carp Creek in the sensitive habitat area, but it's me and him go crawling through the bushes, for lack of a better term, to look for the homeless encampments, and we were getting complaints by some of the residents. So that's a typical day, week that I do in collaboration with your code enforcement. We also have. In fact, we're dealing with some now with folks living in their cars, trying to get into the safe parking. Because code enforcement goes out and writes tickets, they see a lot of this and sometimes come across a lot of it. So they call me out and we collaborate together to try to get these folks into that program or into some other housing. We go to the homeless lunch. David regularly meets me there, and we don't get involved inside, but we're on the outside, and the folks that come in from the county, folks that come from CityNet, folks that come from Good Samaritan come in and talk, and hey, we're looking for this person, we're looking for that person, and me and David put our heads together if Henry needs to get involved with code enforcement, and we put our heads together and figure out, hey, this is where they're at, we can take you over there if you need to go, we need to go with them. So it's a daily, but weekly, I would say more so. We kind of strategize on what we can do to better serve our homeless here in town.
A question.
Sure.
Do you love it? Do you love being a CRD?
I wish I'd done it a long time ago. I love it. I absolutely love it.
And I can tell it shows that.
I love it. Yeah. I like working with the kids. That's my favorite part of it, to be honest with you. I enjoy it. I wish I'd done years ago. I got to recently go to, they sent me to Atlanta, Georgia, for a community engagement training, and I love it. It was 1,700 other officers throughout the nation, and we got to go there in Atlanta, Georgia, and involved in some of the civil rights. I got to listen to a couple of them talk that were with Martin Luther King and his inner circle. It was great. I again, love it. Wish I'd done it a long time ago. That's all.
Given all like the really positive work that you do with kids, especially and with the schools, does it make sense to you that CUSD would play some kind of a role in funding your position too? Because it seems like you're doing some tremendous outreach and spending a lot of time in the schools, right? And I know you want to be in the whole community, as a community resource deputy. So what are your thoughts about CUSD's portion in this?
That makes sense, but I don't want to get into the numbers game. That's not my spot. I will say, thinking as I came for the first time, thinking more. I actually sit in the school zones too, and we recently got a radar. I was able to help with securing a grant to get a radar trailer that I use to set out in the community. Obviously, the school zones are the hot spots. So, and I sit there too. So there's probably a few more hours there that I spend probably every morning, and doing so. Yes, but yeah, I don't want to get into numbers. Me personally.
I appreciated what you shared. I think I have a question more for city staff.
Okay.
But in terms of, I think Butch really raised a really important point in terms of if or should this position be eliminated, what kind of gaps would that leave in terms of the collaboration specifically with code enforcement?
Yes, good question, Vice Mayor Alarcon. So right now, Brian is that point person for all of those interactions. If Brian wasn't here, then instances that required code compliance needing sheriff support, they would have to call dispatch and potentially take, patrol away from other things that they could be doing in the community. So it's definitely certainly not proposing that elimination of this would leave everything the same. It would be a reduction in service for sure. Yeah, I can't.
Well, and as a kind of a follow-up to that, I know we've talked in the past about trying to get that third code compliance position. We've had conversations about seeing if that can come back, because a lot of public comment we get is about code compliance issues to do with parking or things like that. So, I mean, I think that that's part of this conversation too. And I know that that wasn't part of the work plan, and, we're obviously going into a lot of budgetary difficult decisions too. But, I mean, I think that was, to my mind, that's something that's also, it's a concern too, because if we need more code compliance, then we need more code compliance. I mean, the community services, community resource deputy, it sounds like that's they're serving a different purpose that's complementary, but if the concern is code compliance, it feels like maybe that should be its own conversation.
Yeah, Councilmember Solorzano, there's definitely a difference of types of activities that they would be doing. The requests that I think we've been getting from community members have been mostly around a park ranger type of code compliance, being focused on the sensitive habitat areas, which could have some, overlap, right, with the homeless encampments and those sorts of things. So I think that there would be some overlap, but the focus of that would be, of course, more code compliance within the parks. Whereas this position is it's kind of more what we need, and I think maybe the sheriff's department could speak to whether or not that could be adjusted. So right now they are currently spending so many hours in the school district or at school board meetings. May not be the wishes of the council for it to continue maybe at that level, and that those activities be directed elsewhere. And so, unless I'm wrong, there is some flexibility there with scheduling of hours, and that's another, option.
All right, we'll open up the public comment period. We have some slips. First one is by someone who's so famous he only goes by one name. That's Olmsted.
Thank you for this opportunity. Butch, I promise I'm going to be good tonight. I promise I'm going to be good tonight. I'm here to talk about I don't know anything about budgets. I really don't know anything about budgets, but I'm here to talk about the resource officer. I've worked extensively for the last probably 6 years with James Caravano and currently Brian Dickey. And I'm telling you, they're not good officers. They're great officers. They are great officers. They're unbelievable. I can't remember a time that I can't get in contact with them. When I have a need for my homeless people, they're always there. Brian has been there for the last 2 or 3 years, every Wednesday at the homeless luncheon. And like he said, he stays outside. He doesn't go inside unless there's a real need. And there's probably, in the last 5 years, only been 2 of those. I think rather than talk about those 2 individuals, the position is so important, I know I'm coming from the homeless perspective. He calls me, Brian calls me probably a couple of times a week and alerts me where to go with a homeless person. And I go over there and Brian's over there. And again, I mentioned this at another board meeting. He has passed his course in de-escalation with flying colors. And I think to eliminate this position would be really, really detrimental to a lot of things. And I'm going to take liberty to talk for Mr. Cornejo, who I worked over at the high school for 37 years. And I've talked to Gerardo on numerous occasions about what's going on with Brian. And he is elated with Brian being over there and working with the kids, and he relates with the kids so well. And I don't know how it is with the middle school because I have no connection with the middle school whatsoever. I just for these reasons and probably a lot more, I would like you to think about what you're doing, eliminating a law enforcement position. And I understand these are tough times, but I would just like to say that, in my opinion, this is a very, very valuable position currently held by a really good officer. And again, I shouldn't be talking about an officer, I guess. I should be talking about the position. And the position is really valuable to the community. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock or whatever, I can reach Brian, and he'll be right there to help me with a concern in the community with one of my clientele. And that's about all I got to say.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
No, thank you. All right, next we have Lisa Rader on our radar. Welcome, Lisa.
Nice to see you all. I am not the Carpinteria of the Year, but I am a gynecological nurse practitioner. So if you have any gynecological needs, I'm here for you. I'm also one of the lead Carpinteria Homeless Outreach volunteers, and that's why I'm here, because I find it really important to speak about Brian Dickey. He comes, which is something I did not know, he comes from Oxnard. He drives here every single day. I did not know that. I also did not know his entire career of 18 and a half years, he has worked here in Carpinteria. He's established connections with the community, with nonprofits, business owners, kids, schools, skate parks. He patrols the streets and answers all the calls. He has a relationship with the community that I have never experienced in my life. I'm from New York. You don't have any kind of relationship with the police in New York. He builds community. He checks the homeless problem areas. He attends outreach lunches. The homeless know him. The children play with him. He is a positive, warm officer. He patrols on bikes and places patrol cars are unable to go. He responds to all school-related calls. These are things that I know that you all know, but I just need to say that. He assists patrol on high risks. He truly has helped me personally on multiple occasions. The list goes on. But the sentiment is he is an unusual man, and I pray that you all can really see that. He's great at what he does and in a professional and caring manner. He is an asset to the community, and it would be a travesty to have him reassigned. Please find something else in the budget to cut, but do not cut this position, not this man. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we have Raquel Zick. Welcome, Raquel.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Before I prepared some notes, but before I started, I wanted to highlight just a couple things because I did kind of focus on kind of a school-centric perspective that I have. But I would also like to highlight that Community Resource Deputy Dickey not only does stuff within our schools, but he is the person who coordinates your National Night Out. He has done presentations to Age Well, which is your senior citizens group, I believe, if I'm citing that correctly. And then I believe that you have outreach from one of our local Boy Scout leaders who can tell you about his experience with his presentations to Boy Scouts. I believe you'll hear from somebody online that's going to tell you about some interactions with maybe Girls Inc. And then obviously he does outreach to our unhoused communities. But from my perspective, and I would also like to point out too that reducing crimes at schools is a city concern, not just a school district concern, because these are the juveniles that are in our communities and that will become adults and members and leaders in our community. With that, Carpinteria has a community feel that's unique and special where many of us know each other by name. And a name that's become known in the Carpinteria is that of Community Resource Deputy Brian Dickey. It's my experience that our community is well served by the time, attention, and relationship building that comes with a community resource deputy, which is notably different from the service provided by deputies on patrol who are tasked with response to calls for service and proactive enforcement. It's important for me as a mom for my children to have the opportunity to have positive interactions with law enforcement who serve as adult mentors in the same way as coaches, community leaders like yourselves, and leaders like yourselves, and for them to have yet another adult looking out for them who knows them by name and who they know they can go to for help or guidance. As my oldest son moved from elementary to middle school, he was racked with worry about the unknown that he was about to enter. And the list of names of friends that he would know and a campus tour introducing him to the middle school staff helped calm his nerves a little, but what made a significant difference in his comfort and confidence was meeting with Deputy Dickey, who let him know how he keeps the campus safe and who reassured him that he could ask him for help if he ever needed it. Deputy Dickey was a believable and trustworthy adult in the eyes of my son because he had seen him at community events, and he had seen them all around town and outside Aliso School, keeping an eye on traffic when he would walk to school with his little brother. The connection, care, and consistency provided by a community resource deputy is exactly the type of service that suits the city of Carpinteria, and I urge you to consider retaining the CRD as it is in the best interest of our community.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Julie Sigwart. Welcome again, Julie.
Thank you. I wanted to speak to some of the items regarding the school district. You can try to talk to them. Maybe they will be up for some funding, but I really kind of doubt it. Tomorrow in this very room, they're going to announce that they have a $4.2 million shortfall in their budget. They have cut the security on campuses down. They had one position that was funded by COVID. Once that funding ended, they decided not to, continue that with any other budget money. We have had 2 gun-related incidents on our campuses in the last year, and it is imperative that we have security for our campuses so that our students are safe. And it's, I do want to see that, continue. And it sounds like he's a great resource for the students at the school. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else in the public who hasn't filled out a speaker slip? All right. On Zoom, Brian?
We do, Mayor. We have Asia Forner. Asia, go ahead.
Hello, I have my daughter here, Haven, as well, who would like to allow her 2 minutes, please, and then I will follow.
Members of the council, please do not eliminate Officer Dickey's position. He keeps our school and community safe. Thank you.
Mayor Clark and council members, I am here to express my strong opposition to the proposed elimination of the Community Resource Deputy position, currently held by Brian Dickey. The presence of Deputy Dickey in our community has been instrumental in fostering trust, enhancing safety, and providing crucial support to both residents and local organizations. Brian serves a unique and essential role that goes beyond traditional policing by focusing on community engagement, education, and proactive problem solving. He has built meaningful relationships between the CUSD students, staff, parents, and community members. Brian has worked tirelessly to establish and maintain trust between the police department and the community. This trust is fundamental in ensuring that residents feel safe and are willing to cooperate with law enforcement in addressing crime and safety issues. Brian engages with community members to identify and address potential issues before they escalate. This proactive approach to policing helps in mitigating conflicts and reduce crime rates in the long term. He was instrumental in dealing with the firearm issue near the high school in February of this year. He worked closely with schools and youth organizations such as Girls Inc., providing education on safety, legal issues, and positive community involvement. This engagement is crucial in guiding our youth towards constructive paths and away from criminal activities. He has been a welcome chaperone at the Girls Inc. teen dances, where the boys spend most of their time chatting with him rather than being on the dance floor, providing the boys a much-needed excuse to steer clear of dancing with the girls. He has provided crucial support to vulnerable populations, including the elderly, those struggling with mental health issues, and individuals experiencing homelessness. His specialized knowledge and dedication are invaluable in addressing the unique needs of these groups. He plays a key role in organizing and participating in community events, fostering a sense of unity and collaboration among residents. These events are essential in creating a strong, cohesive community where residents feel connected and supported. At the National Night Out event, I have observed many a youth stop by and say hello to him, catching up on what is new in their lives. Brian knows these students by names, as well as their siblings. The elimination of the Community Resource Officer position would be a significant step backward for our city. It would undermine the progress Brian has made in building a safer, more connected community. I urge you to reconsider this proposal and to continue funding this essential role. I would like you to seriously consider splitting the cost of the safety with the school district. The fact we have to put a price on safety is a concern. I appreciate your attention to this matter and your ongoing commitment to the well-being of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Brian?
Mayor, that concludes Zoom comment.
All right, we'll close the public comment period and bring it back to the city council. I got a question for staff. What guarantee do we have that Brian Dickey won't be, promoted or otherwise relocated tomorrow or some other time?
I think that actually might be a better question for Sheriff's Office. If
You want me to tell you my
I
retirement?
mean, just because
You wanna
I
tell
mean,
me
there's,
my-
there,
I'll
there
tell you
seems
my
to be-
retirement
there seems
plan.
to be more
I'll
talk
tell you my
about.
re-
There seems to be more talk about Brian Dickey's on the position, so that's why I asked the question.
My retirement plan, I'm here, I'm not leaving, so, this is where I want to be. So, and I'm looking at 5 years probably, is what, to be honest with you, what I'm looking at. I'm 53, so, probably about 58, so, and I'm not going anywhere else. I've been here for 20 years, I'm not leaving Carp, so.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
And what does your boss say?
Okay, I was the one that brought the CRD Community Resource Deputy back in 2019. Prior to that, as was mentioned, it was a combination of detective and community resource deputy. That really didn't meet and fulfill the goals that everybody wanted, and that's why it went away. I was able to talk Dave Derflinger into reinstituting the position under this new format with the community resource deputy, school resource deputy combination. And we have a very extensive process. In 2019, I knew this was going to come up, so oral board questions. From 2019, we asked 9 questions. We had, if I can remember correctly, we had 5 applicants at that time. When Brian tested for the position in April of 2022, I believe we had 4 for that position. So we go through a very extensive process in our selection, and I was on the part of the oral panel on both of those. And my history of not only the community, but my law enforcement community, I know a gold nugget when I see it. I saw it in James Coravano, and I got him here in 2019. I see it in Brian now. I got him to you in 2022. And he's going to be here longer than that because I plan on retiring next year. But, he's the gem, and this community is very fortunate to have Brian. And again, the process that we use will guarantee that other Brians are coming up to probably new patrolmen just right out of the academy right now, patrolling your streets right now. I guarantee you when Brian leaves in 5 years from now, that individual, maybe that same deputy that handled the situation there at the library, Deputy Lopez, may be interested, and he may be your future community resource deputy when Brian leaves. So again, we've got excellent, outstanding people, and we're not going to do the city wrong. I can guarantee that. Even when I'm gone, my followers will continue that relationship that we've had with the community. So thank you.
Well, and I think it's definitely, it's without a doubt that Deputy Dickey is phenomenal. And I think the fact you are a tremendous resource for the city. My concern is that, we have this law enforcement contract that in 5 years is going to be $7 million, and it's going to be 43, almost half of our city budget. So, to keep things the way they are with the contract means we are going to have to be cutting other programming, and the public's going to have to be aware of that. And given that so much of the really phenomenal work that Deputy Dickey does is with the schools, I really think that we need to explore CUSD, like one of the public commenters said, CUSD also paying into this position. Otherwise, potentially, if we could look to reorient some of the hours, not all of them, but some of them, I think that that would potentially better serve a wider variety of community members. But I think that no matter what, there's no question that it's wonderful having him here. What he does is beyond value. I just think we need to find a way to go at the cost part of it in a way that works for the city. And in terms of the summer augmentation patrol, I would really like to do away with that and look for into the private security option. So those are my thoughts about the two parts of the staff report.
Okay.
And Mayor, City Council, also want to remind Council and everyone here that on those special event weekends, Rods and Roses, 4th of July weekend, St. Joseph's Festival, Avocado Festival, contracts are used with those promoters to provide contract law enforcement, which the Sheriff's Department is part of, and they fund that extra cost for those events for security. It's not an extra burden put on the city. And my thought in talking with the city manager is let the promoters, on those particular weekends, the city shouldn't contract out for the summer augmentation. Let the promoters cover the city that weekend and pay for those spots. So that's another thing to consider.
I think that's a good point, but I think from what I understand, the city does end up paying for portions of those special event coverage. Not for all of the events, but for some of them that you had listed. And I would have to check with staff to confirm that, but I think it's not that the promoters handle all of the law enforcement costs.
Yeah, the model that Lieutenant Arnaldi mentioned is one that we use now. So Rods and Roses, and on their footprint for their event, they're responsible for the deputies there. Those may also happen to overlap with busy weekends already, and so the city has used their summer augmentation patrol to staff up on those busier weekends, which also happen to be, Rods and Roses weekends where we may have some spillover. So the 300 or so hours that I mentioned earlier are the hours that the city paid for, aside from the event organizers paying for theirs. And then, as you mentioned, it doesn't cover every event. The ones that are city-sponsored, like the Avocado Festival and Independence Day Parade, are ones where the city contributes to those as part of like an in-kind contribution towards those events. So we are kind of doing that now.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's close the public comment period and bring it back here all the way.
Okay, I'll go. I'll just resonate what everybody's been saying in this room, that Brian Dickey is awesome. And not just Brian, but Lieutenant Arnaldi and Commander Welch. Thank you for all you do. And it's clear that Deputy Dickey has built trust, respect, and a strong relationship within the Carpinteria community. So I'll make it clear that I do support the CRD position and do not support any type of anomaly that from our city. So let's keep this. It's vital that we keep this. As for the summer patrol, I believe that we should stick with what we have and have deputies in our streets and not private contractors, because we need professionals there, not just for the safety, but the optics, showing the criminals that you're not invited in our community to commit crimes. So, but I'm open to the idea. Let's look at all the options. So, yeah.
I'd like to say, first of all, the report that we had today from Lieutenant Arnaldi shows the amount of work that's being done and how safe our community is because of their presence. I wouldn't want to see that change in any way. I do see potentially approaching the school, even though there may not be funds up there, to see if we can get some support from them. And as far as the summer augmentation patrol, part of that could be covered by the TOT. The other part of it could also be a portion where even the school though it's off-season for them, we have to keep at least one officer on full-time, so that could be a transitional position within the sheriff's department. Code enforcement plays a huge part in what I'm thinking about, only because, again, the report that we get week in and week out from the sheriff's department is that they're doing their job. This is a very safe community. If you've traveled around anywhere, and even in California, but around the world, places like that, where I've had to experience a lot of interesting land rules, I could say that Carpinteria is one of the few places where you're completely safe, and I appreciate that, and it's all thanks to the Sheriff's Department. We also looked at the TOT and bumping up that. That could possibly be a portion of the offset for the summer augmentation. So I'm looking at that as another one. I wouldn't want to see changes occur, with the exception of possibly seeing if we can get other financing from some other sources, like the TOT, like the school district, like possibly even look at grants, things like that. But I trust the Sheriff's Department as opposed to going out for a private company, security company, just to save money.
Similar to what everyone is sharing, there's no doubt that Deputy Dickey has done an excellent job in our community and is an excellent resource. Unfortunately, I think since 2018, with the 81% and the increase in the sheriff's contract, I think we are, as a city, as most cities are, really beginning to feel that. And there's no doubt that we have to make difficult decisions. And so I do want to explore what it would look like for Carpinteria Unified School District to cover some of the costs, because I think a large portion of what, or a portion of what he's doing is supporting the schools specifically, which, yes, in turn supports the entire community. But I want to explore what that collaboration or partnership could look like. The augmentation hours, I think that if we didn't use them all, maybe I'm still a little unclear on that. Maybe if you can clarify that one more time. To get a better understanding of.
Yes,
of
Vice Mayor Alicon and Deputy Dickey can correct me if I'm wrong. It was a memo we received that approximately 900 hours in shifts were put out to the various deputies, and we were able to fill 287 odd hours in the shifts. So what we, interestingly, we were budgeted for $50,000, so we couldn't have done all 900 hours anyways, but we didn't get near meeting that max with the shifts that we were able to fill. And as you hear from the weekly reports here, we hadn't had any issues with any incidents at the events, despite only being able to fill a third of the hours.
Okay. And I think lastly, again, going back to that enforcement piece, there's no doubt that Deputy Dickey, if we weren't able to fund this position, that would leave a gap. I think that if we're able to continue to fund this position, then I would like to have a deeper conversation in terms of like his, where he's allocating his time specifically with enforcement, because that is something that we've often heard on behalf of the community. And that's not to say that he's not already doing that.
All right, thank you. No, I know Officer Dickey, and I know he does a great job. I see him all the time. I see him a lot of time helping out everywhere, and he's been over to the SEALs and helping to educate people about the trespassing law, and see him doing working with the homeless people and such, and he does do a terrific job. But we do have this giant 800-pound gorilla in our budget room, which is the sheriff's contract. And we're just looking at whatever we can do to help on that. And so it's a concern. And if we basically have a part-time employee. But I hear the argument that he's working with the kids helps the whole community as well. But it does, we have to do something. We should if he's going to work for us part-time, we should get some compensation for the other body that he's working with. So I don't know how you do that at this 11th hour in the budget, that you start having conversations with the school district. I don't know how that works, but I don't know, the whole budget thing is really throwing us for a loop here.
Can we, like, if we ask direct staff to talk to CUSD about the possibility of partnering with it, with us on the cost, and if they say no, could we take some things off, like attending the school board meetings, or some of those things that are really specific to CUSD? Can we say that we would like that to be, if the rest of the council agrees, to be reoriented from how Deputy Dickey spends his time? Because I can see this, I can imagine CUSD, I can imagine them not necessarily being able to or deciding to chip in on this, but that does leave the fact that so much of the work being done, like with, you know, a high school graduation and prom and rallies and school board meetings, and it's so much of it is school focused, which is great that some of it is, but maybe not as much without support from CUSD. Can we, like, build that into the conversation with the district?
Yes, Councilmember Solorzano. I don't think we necessarily have to build it in with the school district. I understand it's our discretion to determine how Deputy Dickey's time is spent. And then also potentially mention how it's accounted for. So that was a conversation during negotiations of the contract of what are the outcomes, what are the measurable outcomes, how are we tracking those outcomes. And so those are other things that we could discuss to be able to substantiate the various costs that the city takes on related to the position. And those are conversations that I can have with the sheriff's office after on what that might look like, and also talk to the school district as well about their ability. Although if what Julie said is true, I also imagine that's not going to be a positive conversation if that's true. That's my first time hearing that.
I really like the idea of the performance metrics, though, especially just given the size of the contract and the costs going up. And I think it wouldn't be asking for a lot to have some metrics and reporting back, like Vice Mayor Alarcon said, about maybe how some of the time is being spent, so that we can fully appreciate and understand all the great work that's being done.
Yes, and also for the council, part of the next annual work plan cycle that would coincide with the election time period is to look at that 2-year annual work plan, and also to bring in a community like needs satisfaction survey that we would do every 2 years. And that is also one where we'd be able to gather some information from the general community about this, and not necessarily the direct populations that are being served, so that we can get a better understanding of what the feeling is from the broader community. And so those things are also in play as well, separate from this actual discussion, but for the city as a whole.
So I'd like to make a motion. I move to keep the CRD position and explore financial law enforcement discussion with Carp Unified School District, and direct staff to bring back options for the summer augmentation patrol.
I'll second that.
Wait, just a clarification. So when you say direct staff to bring back options for summer augmentation, do you mean like maybe some of the companies that we could?
Yes.
Okay.
Just look at all the options, and so we'll be transparent and clear about what we're exploring.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, another clarification. So in terms of your motion, in terms of maintaining this position and exploring CUSD, would it be to explore the CUSD opportunity for revenue, or to split the position, and then determine whether or not we as a council will maintain the position?
We will definitely we'll keep the position, but as the school just start an official conversation about being part of it.
If we're already doing it, what's the likelihood that they're going to say, "Oh yeah, we'll give you some more money"?
I just ask and see what they say.
Then
If it limits service. You got some leverage.
I was going to say, so I'd like that to be part of the motion too, then if CUSD decides that they don't want to put in any funding into it, then it comes back to us to talk about where the time and priority is spent for the CRD.
That's a good point, but I don't want to tell our deputy how to do the job and limit what they can and cannot do.
But I think that's what we're supposed to do. Like, I mean, as the city council, right? I mean, where the city is paying for the contract, right? And like the salary. So I think that is something that we do have to do so that it can serve as much of our community as we can.
I agree with you. So I'll modify the motion to include that. But just to make sure, we are not eliminating the CRD position. We will finance, and I do support it. But going back to your point, I agree.
I'm sorry, I'm confused about your motion.
So
You said two things.
so start a discussion with CUSD
Okay.
and say, be part of this. You have to be, and using any leverage that we may have to get them to play ball with us.
Okay.
And then if they say no, then it comes back to us to have the discussion about where the CRD time is spent, maybe so that we can have it be less CUSD focused, right? If they decide not to put in any funding at all.
Sure, yes.
Do you modify, Councilmember Moore? Okay.
Yeah, so we have to do that part, otherwise they won't be willing to contribute at all. Yeah.
Right. And this, I'm sorry, actually, no, I will not ask that question, that thought, never mind.
Could we restate the motion?
I don't think so.
All right. So I'll restate it. I move to keep the CRD position, explore options with CUSD about supporting and both financially and what's that term?
No,
Mainly
just
financially.
Mainly financially, yes.
Financially with the city of Carpinteria and explore options for the summer augmentation patrol.
I'll confirm the second.
Okay, but I'm sorry, I don't want to keep revisiting, but built into that is the idea that we will, if CUSD says that they won't support it, then it comes back to council to reevaluate how the
How he spends his
CRD.
time.
Yeah, I know, but I just want to make sure it's in the motion because I didn't hear it that time.
Yes, I include that to modify what you said.
Yeah, so we need to have it repeated back to us by staff.
The motion is to retain the community resource deputy position while exploring options with CUSD for financial support and exploring summer other options for summer augmentation patrol. If the school district is unable to provide financial support, we would bring this matter, not this exact matter, but the matter of the CRD's time back to the council to relook at how time is distributed.
Sounds good. Works for me.
All right. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nomura,
Aye.
Councilmember Solorzano,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alarcon,
Aye.
Councilmember Lee,
Aye.
and Mayor Clark.
Aye. All right.
And I do have a question. Can I ask a question now?
Sure.
I held it. I didn't want to
Held
cause. I put it on hold. I didn't want to cause any additional confusion. So, given that we will review the first portion, or we'll have our budget session on June 10th, how will this work in terms of timing with communicating with the district and coming back, given that we have to have a balanced budget presented on the 10th?
If there's like a negotiation involved, it could be, difficult if we're trying to talk about percentages and what's the equation, is that based on, is it based on hours and how much, we talked earlier, is it city time, is it school time? If the answer is no, then it won't take much time at all.
Right.
And so it's going to kind of depend on what is decided or what the school district's initial feedback is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then, for the meeting on June 10th, so there's, of course, there's going to have to be a corresponding offset through the recreation
That's something
department or, something else. And so it's hard to say. And
Some other part of the sheriff's budget.
there weren't many other options. So, as part of, looking at that, it's hard to say which program, right, is necessarily being reduced because it's just a large budget, but we will have to go back and find, right, some additional programs and services to reduce.
Okay, so then should we, actually, never mind. I don't want to cause any more confusion. Thank you. Helpful.
All right. So that's the last item on our agenda. We will go for the, do we have anything on legislative update?
Mayor Clark, council members, I can take this one for you. So there are two different bills that are in your legislative update in the action alert from the League of California Cities, from Cal Cities. So I'll run through both of them. The first one is Senate Bill 1037. It's a Wiener bill.
No. Right? You say no more.
So I will, I'll cut to the chase here. Both of the bills that are in this action alert, the Cal Cities is recommending an opposed position, and we've run it by our community development department, and they would also likely, they believe they'd take an opposed, they agree with that opposed position as well. The city has not sent in any letters on these two particular bills themselves, but Brian can run down a list of other letters we've sent in on other bills. I think opposing these bills would be in line with what the city has opposed in the past. So just a very, very, very brief summary. The Wiener bill would allow the Attorney General to take legal action against a city and seek fines of up to $50,000 a month for violating certain state housing laws that require ministerial approval of certain housing projects, or for failing to adopt a housing element that substantially complies with the law, even if the jurisdiction is acting in good faith.
Even if they're acting in good faith.
Yes. So it puts it, I agree with the, so I think that the Community Development Department, their opposed position is likely something that is in line with previous letters that the council has submitted opposing bills. And then AB 1886. So, well, just in terms of where, I'll backtrack really quick, in terms of where SB 1037 is. It was passed by the Senate on May 11th, and at a 23-9 vote, and is heading to the Assembly, where it has to be passed by August 31st if it wants to move forward. AB Assembly Bill 1886 was passed by the Assembly on May 20th, so very recently. It was sponsored by Alvarez. This bill aims to clarify the so-called builder's remedy and to ensure that developers are able to take advantage of this remedy in cities or counties that do not comply with the housing element law. So something that's interesting here, and I know we've had some discussions about it in terms of, can like a city self-certify their housing element, or does certification only come from HCD? This clarifies that uncertainty, or would clarify that uncertainty, to say that only HCD could certify a housing element, or the court or a court. So those are the only ways that a city or county would be able to have a certified housing element. So the bill is now headed to the Senate for approval. We can keep you updated too as these bills move their way through the legislative process.
Have you, I don't know the number, or even if it's really a bill yet, but the one that It's another Wiener bill to, having to do with the Coastal Commission or the Coastal Act. And maybe it's starting in the county of San Francisco or if it, I don't know if it has implication for all coastal cities, but anyway, I've heard it had to do with kind of weakening the Coastal Act in terms of, or further weakening it in terms of
So I think
harmonization or whatever.
I think it's Senate Bill 951. I can provide an update at the next meeting on what that is. I know it definitely has to do with San Francisco, so it's trying to, I believe part of what it's trying to do is remove the urbanized area of San Francisco from the coastal zone. And I'm not sure if it also has any
Ramifications.
ramifications for other areas of the coastal zone. So, but I can follow up and bring that update at the next council meeting.
That'd be good. Okay, any committee reports, inquiries, or other matters presented by council members?
I'll just give a quick report. So Beacon met on the 17th. They adopted an increase to voting member assessments by 3% for fiscal year 24-25, which will provide about an extra $10,000 in revenue for Beacon. They also adopted their budget resolution and then appointed Brian Brennan as a special projects advisor. And I think he used to be the director for Beacon, so bringing him officially back on board. And then the Harbor Seal Advisory Committee met last week and discussed updated sign design and code enforcement, the possibility of an extended beach closure, which would require approval by Coastal Commission, and then received reports from our data collection and Seal Watch survey ad hoc committees. And then the Sustainability Committee met today, so Councilmember Nomura and I were there for that one, and the discussion was about increasing the franchise payments for our AB 9, what was it, Wade, AB 939? I think, probably. So yes, so those are my reports.
I have a question for you, Monica, because you are our representative on the MTD committee, and so I recently received a inquiry from a community member in terms of the MTD, and I know that your reports have shared that the shuttle is definitely not going to come back, but in terms of any MTD, in the additional express bus, are there any plans of that coming back at all?
Well, they had, so not the, what was it, the 20X, I think it was, not that, but there is now the 19X that's going up. And so it's not a replacement for the 20X, but it's trying to serve a similar purpose in terms of giving a quicker way up to like the east side and then SBCC.
And so if there's any community members who have concerns or complaints, or who would I direct them to? Directly MTD?
Yes, yeah. Oh, but I mean, you can also direct them to me too, and I can just then bring it up at the next board meeting, because they meet twice a month at least. So yeah, either way is totally fine. I want to know if people have MTD concerns. Yeah, thank you.
I get a lot of stuff about the shuttle. Now, it's just a dollar thing? That's the problem with the shuttle?
Yeah,
And how was that funded before? Some giant grant they had?
No,
It went for quite a while.
Right. Yeah, well, it went for a while, and so that was back before MTD, the SB, Santa Barbara County MTD was classified as a large urban area, right? When we were a small urban area, we got these stick funds that were able to be applied for things like the shuttle. And so now MTD, as I've mentioned before, is heading for a fiscal cliff in like 1 year once the COVID funds are totally gone. And so that's why even the Santa Barbara, the downtown shuttle, is coming back temporarily because of like a pot of specific state funds that are only going to be around for the summer, and then that's going away too because the city of Santa Barbara doesn't pay into that. So there's MTD is going to be cutting back a lot of services, not really adding much more. But that's why they're doing their microtransit pilot program that's starting in Goleta, but then will be coming to Carp next year. Yeah.
All right, well, if there's nothing else, we will adjourn the meeting at 9:57. Thank you, everybody, for coming.